Ba-da-ba-da-ba, Amh Stream. And we are live! Hi, everybody! Bing! Good to see you, glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers, but spoilers will mean anything random walk or any major reveals from any of the expansion. Up to this point, obviously. Everything from Heaven's Word, Storeblood, and the prior things that we have gone through, assuming in this stream, is fair game. Rhina, good to see you, glad to have you. Bean, lolly ho! I hope you're feeling a little better, Bean. If not, just know that I'm thinking of you. Just a reminder, if you can't find us, we are at our home away from home in the Crystarium. Yes, we are spending our time on the first while we go through Shadowbringers. Port to the Cabinet of Curiosity, and we're under the giant purple tree. The Crystal Curl tree, the tea tree of the first. And on Crystal Curl, thank you, Bean. V, good to see you, glad to have you. Indeed. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm sure everyone knows by now that we are on Crystal Curl. That's Crystal Data Center Curl World. You know, one would think. But there's always new people. Adam, good to see you, glad to have you. And Ari, I definitely plan to try to either do, I hope if you're planning on doing Eorzean later or other things besides, I'd love to join up with you. I've got a couple things I have to do wrapping up tomorrow's video. I have some polish I want to do, but beyond that. Koshek, good to see you, glad to have you. How are you doing, man? It's been a little while. Hope you're doing good. Double Burms, lolly ho indeed. Tracy, lolly ho. Good to see you, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Tam, good to see you, glad to have you. Lolly trolley time ho. Raven, yeah, the most tree possible. Yeah, it's quite a treely tree, that's for sure. Look at all you beautiful folks. Oh, Bean, that's cute. Good to see you. Ryan, what are you wearing? I mean, clearly you're wearing a gi. You're doing Dragon Ball Z. I get it. But also. And who is this? Oh, that's you, Ari. Let me give you a friend so I can make sure I can see you. Oh, there we go. Sounds good. Sounds good, man. Okay, let's go ahead and get going on. Am I high enough level? Yes, we're gonna do our next role quest as our warm-up, and then we'll get going. You'll notice right now the Crystarium music is a little different and sad based on what quest we left out for the last time. I have no self-control. Sorry, time zones are not the best at 9 p.m. here. No. Please understand. I understand life complicated. Just know that, like, to all you guys, I appreciate when you're here, but beyond that, I try to think. I try to think of you guys. So when people aren't around for a bit, it's not a problem. I just thinking, like, you know, when Demins has been having a bit of a time lately and hasn't been able to be around. So it's just keep you in mind. Oh no, that is the MSQ. We want to do the role quest. How's everyone doing today? How are you this fine Tuesday evening? I guess it's technically evening. When does evening begin officially? Do we need to go to Calusia or Amh Araeng? I wonder if we have to go to Amh Araeng to pick it up. Been min-maxing my Alien Sanctuary today? Nice! I have not sat down to play it much recently because of, well, frankly, just doing stuff. But I'm excited to, like, I'm almost kind of thinking maybe I'll just, like, let Island Sanctuary sit for a bit, and then once we get a couple patches in, return to it and, like, just do a whole bunch of it. Though, at the same time, I should at least check in every so often to get the shells for the mount. I think it's 6 p.m.? That makes sense. Is it sundown? Is that technically evening, or is there... I guess maybe less than what's officially considered evening. What constitutes evening to you guys? Because, like, I also think of, like, afternoon. Like, 3 and 4 to me is technically afternoon, but literally it's afternoon, and yet for some reason, afternoon seems like earlier in the day. Like, afternoon means to, like, I think of as more around noon, but just slightly after. Morning, afternoon, tea, evening, night, witching, it's all nebulous frame. I mean, yes, but that's why my curiosity is for what people's definition. Also, isn't the witching hour supposed to be 3 a.m.? Like, isn't that specific? As a Brit, every time is tea time. I'd worked today, but the kiddos were pretty forgiving, so it was a good day. Nice, good. Had a bad nightmare, but so far my day hasn't been too bad. Good, I finally got to level 50 on my ninja. Nice. Are you enjoying Ninja, Raven? I've never been able to get into it. Like, in theory, I would love the Mudra system and all of that, but it's just never been. I'm not huge in DPS anyways. Working on getting crafts to 90. Nice. You using the tribal groups to do that, Tracy? Or, well, I guess it depends on if you're past 80. But, you know, leaves are always good for that. Has to be twilight outside for it to be evening. So sunset has to be beginning? The mounts from Island Sanctuary are neat, but I can definitely understand why it's not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm torn, because I like constructing and building things and stuff like that. So, like, the new Animal Crossing I was a bigger fan of compared to the older ones. And I like the mechanical side of Island Sanctuary more than I like the chill side of Island Sanctuary. So, it's not that I dislike Island Sanctuary. I, like, actually really like it. It's just, like, I need a lot to do, because I like going hard. Alright, we'll get the roll quest started. Hey there, sinner. I broke the bad news to the widow of the scavenger while you were away. She took it about as well as you'd expect. After she cried herself hoarse, I started asking her about the choker and where her husband got it. Seems he and his mates took a trip up to Ilmeg a year or so back, hoping to cart off all the Verberti treasures they could carry from an untouched ruin they learned a lot about. Of course, in their greed, they neglected to account for the Fey folk, who killed or drove mad most of them. Those who survived didn't come away empty-handed, though. In fact, they'd stumble upon a remarkable find: 3 scattered treasures of the royal family. They escaped with 2, the Fangs of Orthus being one of them, which was sold by another scavenger to the Eorzean. Either that merchant you met at the Beehive, or an agent of his, I'd wager. So the merchant gives it over to Melinda for restoration, after which Dikaisin, one day I'll say it right, Dikaisin attacks Riot, presumably, because he's after it as well. Meanwhile, the scavengers here in Mordso keep the choker, the Eyes of Orthus, locked away for safekeeping. When he finally decides to sell it, the sinless bastard shows up again. Which brings us to the here and now. Damned if I know why, but at this point there's no denying that Dikaisin has been hunting the royal relics. And so, assuming he hasn't already claimed the third one, the Claws of Orthus, then I say we should get our hands on it first, and then use it to lure him out of Hydaelyn. But to that end, we'll have to venture into the fairy kingdom ourselves. Those scavengers didn't receive the warmest welcome, and we're not like to be treated any better. I've actually traveled to Ilmeg before. I have some friends there. Have you now? And the little devils let you go. I can only assume they've taken a liking to you. That settles it then. We'll head to Ilmeg and ask after this Verberti ring. Personally, I consider morning to be between 10 a.m. 2 p.m. Personally, consider morning to be between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m.? Noon is 2 to 3. Well, noon is literally 12. Like, noon is 12. Morning to me is like... Morning is like 6 a.m. to like 10 a.m. and then 11 is like before noon. It's like it's like, you know, early noon, and then you got like noon is noon 12, and then you got 1 to 2 is like afternoon, and 3 to 4 is kind of like a weird time, and then you got evening, which is like 5 to like 6ish, maybe or 7ish, and then you got like night. Am I crazy? Is that a weird take? I don't think it's so. I think it's pretty reasonable. Ilmeg. Give me Meg. Ilsmegma. They're 88 or 89 already? Nice. Do you have any leaves left? Because that'll go get you sailing through that. I'm enjoying a lot. I have a crush on Oboro, so... Enjoying... Oh, Ninja, duh. Took me a second, Raven. I used to make money because materia. Oh, the Island Sanctuary? Yeah. Honestly, I made a bunch of money off of the crystals that Jade was farming with us on Baja, so thank you to that, Jade. Also, does anybody here have a thing that they want to do for community events? Because otherwise, I'm thinking maybe we just do Baja again, because people seem into that. So if anyone has anything else they want to get done. Hell, maybe even a Baja night wouldn't be the worst. Crush on the dim one. I like the antagonist in that. Sorry, I forgot his name. Oh, the characters, yeah. Just saving my calories for a rainy day, I guess. Hey, it's not a bad idea. Rainy day equals patch day, yeah. I love the tank role quest so much. Yeah, Adam, it's real good. It's hard between tank and healer because they're both really freaking good. Yeah, the Drenger Trainer chasing on. Check the book off. Yeah. of knowledge to check if I spelled his name right. Well, Raven, the nice thing about Japanese is phonetic, so it should be Oboro. So yeah, O-B-O-R-O. You didn't finish my comment, which ends with my time is fake anyways. Yeah, but I mean, like, you can say that it's like, okay, people have relative definitions, but the thing is that the point is more about talking about what those are and why people's rationale for them are. Because just saying it's relative and throwing your hands up, like, I mean, people still create semi-codified or uncodified definitions. What a remarkably uneventful trip. I keep jumping out in shadows, waiting for eaters or foul demons or worse to attack. Though that might be preferable to the Fae, frankly. Still, we're gonna have to deal with them eventually. We're going to find this ring, after all. The new Mo were part of Verberti's society, and without their help, I'm not sure where to even begin our search. Perhaps there's a village of some sort you can guide us to. Well, there's Plot Any, eh? Very well. Lead on, sinner. According to Britannica, evening is from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So does night only begin after 9 p.m.? That's crazy. But thanks for the lookup. I'd have to catch up in Bojan. It sucks. Well, do you mean like it sucks to play? Because like, I mean like catching up wouldn't be that hard, and also like helping. I mean, V, like we can just help you level as part of the event. That's the point, right? Like, and also you would still, for instance, if we had someone farming the like valuable stuff off in the corner, it would be helping you and everyone else while we also help you level. Bojan was awful. I hate it. How come? I mean, you also only just started it, so you didn't see a whole lot of it. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm joining him from work, sadly. No worries, man. I might try Bojan one day, could be fun. Yeah, Raven, it's a good time. Well, having 14 hours of sunlight in the summer does cause it to get dark much later. True. True. My question is, when was the definition of evening also decided upon, like for Britannica? Because, like, was it pre-industrialization or post-industrialization? Or not even Britannica, but just like for the dictionary definition in general. Yeah, and those are mine. ADHD time issues suck. Yeah, all time. Well, I mean, like if we talk about ADHD time, then all time is any time completely. That's fair. Oh, I forgot there's a right up here. I just need to actually see it on top of through all the quests. When is evening in Antarctica? Well, that's my question, right? Like, because if it's about sunlight, then it's becomes so hyper-relative. That's why I feel like time definitions of, like, hourly designations have to be used. Otherwise, it's like, okay, half of the year in Antarctica, it's all evening. The other half, it's all afternoon, basically. Don't attack me, don't attack me, don't attack me. Run back and forth to kill mobs that you can't kill alone. Glorified fates, but less fun. IDK, not much appeal to me. Well, that's just because we were doing the hyper-optimized thing. There's, like, a lot more to it than that. And also, that's just the first stage. And it's a lot, the thing is, when you do it with a lot of fun, if you do it with a lot of people, it's a lot more fun. I mean, like, yeah, it's less fun now, but you can solo it. If you try, it's harder on a DPS, but you can solo it. I can tell you from experience, you can as a tank or as a healer. Also, that's interesting you say that about the Fates to me, because, like, to me, the Fates in it are much better than most Fates. Because at least they're just, like, combat and the thing you do, and there's, like, some kind of, like, interesting things. I mean, people pull up the groups to try to, like, min-max them, to, like, go it faster, but at least it allows you to do that, whereas, like, Fates, you know, Fates in Eorzean. I mean, like, I guess there's a wider breadth of types, so that's fair. But also, you, like, again, you only saw Zone 1, so there's, like, a lot of other types of Fates and a lot of other different types of things. And I like that, like, the Fates and the critical engagements at least have, like, mechanics to, like, learn. It's like doing, like, a bunch of mini-trials. Something about your demeanor speaks a question unasked. Have I had the right of it? A ring that belongs to a royal family of Vobert, and it was called the Claw of Orthus, But Vobert is long gone, as are the caretakers of the ring you seek. Who can say where it might have gone to? Decoy, I guess you gotta have you. Well, no one wants to do the early bits because they suck. So that just made me feel bad, which also ruins fun. Well, we'd be willing to do it. I mean, we offered. And also, a lot of people, the thing is that a lot of people do the early bits just as much as the later bits because you get rewards, different rewards for that you also need for building the relics. Like, all the zones become relevant.
Oh, hello there. You have a question for me?
Have you seen the Claw of Orthus?
The Claws of Orthus. It is a ring, you say? Name I have heard before, but I know nothing save that. No, so all served the royal family before the flood. Somewhat temperamental they are, but surely they'll have knowledge of this treasure you seek.
Since it's YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like and share. Mostly just share with your people by word of mouth if you particularly enjoy the content. On top of that, please, that like button. Lick it, click it, stick it, wick it, hick it, rick it, bick it, nick it, blick it. Touch the like button, please. Willow, good to see, glad to have you. IDK, the fates there just seemed like groups of mobs. I didn't see any fancy mechs. Right, but do you follow what I mean? But like that would be like if you said if you judged ARR like all fates by ARR like Western Thanalin, you know, it's like there's a lot more to it. I would just say that. And also like you can get through, like you were over halfway done with the beginner section. You'd be able to go into the next section just a little bit, like literally with like 20 minutes of work, we'd be able to get you there. Had your conversation or 3. Learn anything interesting? So this is Sul is the one you ought to speak with, eh? A former servant of the royal family, which would mean they have lived over a century. Bugger me. Oh yeah, V, did you even get into a critical engagement? Because that's like what the main part of the content is. Like that's the big thing. Yeah, I don't think you did. Yeah, because the only one we did was in Zone 3. So there's like basically mini trials that get spawned that everyone goes into that are really fun. And that's like the big thing. I think you left right before one spawned in Zone 1.
I do not know you, yet you seem to know me.
A vision of the past.
The filth was discovered yesterday. A young girl not yet of age, transformed into a misshapen beast like the others before her.
As if we needed more proof of a pattern. At this rate, any citizen would be next. Tell me you at least learned something from this one.
I've studied her remains myself. 'Twas plain a powerful magic had been employed. Vestiges of enchantment lingered long after. The culprit, I think, is not a man to be trifled with. That is all I can say for now, but you may rest assured that I will ascertain their identity ere long. On my honor as court mage, I swear it. Until I do, however, I would implore you and your fellow knights to dispatch any who turn or show signs without hesitation.
But those are our kith and kin. Should we not try to keep them alive until a way to reverse their transformation can be found?
Your mercy would place countless others at risk. As a knight of Verbert, did you not vow to serve all her people? Justice for the weakest among us? Was it not? How many such innocents will die before you do what must needs be done?
It pains me deeply, Brandon, but the safety of the royal family is paramount. I fear that to take anything less than the most drastic measures would be to invite death into the castle.
Death is already here. Surely you must see that. I will not let it be whispered that the Princess Saludia turned a blind eye to her people's suffering. These crimes are a tragedy that weighs upon every Verberti's soul, mine most of all, and that is why I will take charge of the investigation myself.
My lady, be reasonable. You can't put yourself in harm's way. You have a responsibility to your subjects.
So am I to gamble with their lives instead. Let them shield me while I alone take shelter and look down on them from on high.
Yes, exactly. You are the princess.
You are Brandon, yes? The new recruit? A rather promising one from what the captain has told me. You will attend to me personally.
My lady.
You heard me. I will not stand idly by when I have the power to make a difference. Together we will see justice done for all, as your vow and your princess demand.
Lady Saludia, I understand. Forgive me my hesitation. My life and my sword are yours to command.
I have great expectations for you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Right. There are no telling where our culprits will strike again, so we must begin our investigation at once. There are witnesses to be questioned, clues to be gathered. Come, come.
Now, Lady Saludia! Lady Saludia!
Ever the stubborn child. I wish you the best of luck, Brandon. You'll need it, and more.
Cool, so torturous grind and maybe get some fun. No. Those things pops every like 10 minutes or so, V. Like even less than that. And it's not, but again, you pointed out, right? You didn't like it. So yeah, it's not for everyone. They're spawned by either the fates or killing specific enemies and their equivalent of nightmare fates, usually with bosses and interesting mechanics, yeah. It's more like, imagine that you're killing a bunch of regular enemies and like fates and stuff and engaging with those, and those fates all have story that are about Baja and what's going on. If you like pay attention, they're like telling you stuff, both what you're fighting and who's talking and all that. And then you're killing mobs and getting you're killing mobs sometimes and getting a bunch of stuff in gear and lockboxes and blah 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 and the clusters and all that. And then frequently you're getting fates, and then every like 5-10 minutes or so, pretty rapidly you're getting critical engagements that are spawned from that. And the critical engagements are like trials. What happens too is as you have unlocked, it's not just okay, you've beat the first place, now you ignore that, you go to the second place. It's once you get like very small amount farther, you'll get the second and third place unlocked, but then all of them are active at once. So basically you could be anywhere and get a critical engagement and automatically sign up for it, and it'll get taken into that on any of the map. Plus cast from Lacus Latori, which is basically an alliance raid, but bigger. So there's a whole bunch of layers and stuff that it's not just grinding. We were doing a little bit of grinding because of a specific thing that I needed and to help get you leveled quickly rather than doing it in a more interesting way. Hey, are you all right now?
The way you were holding your head as if racked by terrible pain. What happened to you just now?
Well, I saw a vision of the past, and yeah.
Lady Saludia, you saw her with your mind's eye? Then it is as I suspected. You have the gift too. You're like Brandon.
What do you mean he's like Brandon?
Why have you come to me? What is it that you seek?
Looking for the Eye of Orthos and to solve a mystery.
I see, and this hunt of yours, you have come to Ilmeg in search of the claws of Orthos. I'm afraid there's no simple matter. First, I would know you're capable of facing the eater you seek. There is a spot in the river not far from here in which I used to bathe, until a number of beasts grew equally fond of it. If you are the warrior you claim to be, they should pose no challenge whatsoever. As for you, I have questions.
Also, I got some salsa, saw I had no chips, didn't waste time, so here I am being weird. Eating with a spoon? You're just eating salsa with a spoon? If you're enjoying it, Raven, go for it. That's a type of mood for sure. Speaking from experience of having done Eureka and Baja, it's amazing. Baja's amazing. Yeah, I would say Baja's much better than Eureka, personally. But it depends on what you like. At least you can, like, rapidly kill things, collect things, and stuff, whereas Eureka, you have to kind of be on edge all the time. Carasso Redbeak was the guy I was thinking of. Yeah, the villain. For Ninja. Okay, but what kind of salsa is it? I had no chips! Right, Tam, they're talking to me. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, look, my response typically would be to put the salsa back, but I'm not making fun of you. I'm more just like, that's something you can do. I just never thought of salsa as itself a snack. Tam, what's your plan to get it to them? Are you gonna yeet the chips? Oh, interesting. Dark mutants, probably because go along with the quest. It is interesting that, I mean, like, look, you get Granson's story, right? So it's not like there's not story along the whole way. But it is interesting that, like, I feel like the story for Tank doesn't really kick off until, what, 76? Then again, I feel like that's kind of true of some of the others. Salsa is just chunky soup. I mean, you're not fully wrong, but also that. Look, I don't like salsa even with chips, so I'm a queso man. The only thing, like, give me queso. I might eat queso with the spoon. Okay, you know what? I feel like pot calling the kettle black. I panicked. Okay, I felt gross if I put it back because it's for my whole family. You felt gross if you put it. I'm not. Okay. Push them through the fires. Yeah, just you know, turn those chips into light and put them through the fiber optic cables. Damn, that's definitely how it's gonna work. It's practically gazpacho. Yeah, but gazpacho is also gross. It's also the spicy smoothie. Oh, okay. Just like a 4-course meal. Yes, we've got our smoothies, we've got our toppings, we've got our like you just have like but it's just all salsa. See to that beast, Elio. So old and I have a few things to discuss.
The beasts are no more then. Good, good. I hadn't the heart to do it myself, for they were no ordinary beasts, but old friends who had survived the flood, victims of the curse you heard us speak of in your vision.
So this curse transforms people into monsters, like how sin eaters can spawn more of their own kind.
I will speak no more of this or other matters until after you've completed the task I set before you. This is not negotiable, grandson. Elio accepted my terms, and so must you.
So secretive, the both of you. Can't we all just speak plain?
Your comrade refuses to acknowledge the situation. This may take time, but I am patient. Indeed, I have dealt with many stubborn children in my life.
Okay, and off to the MSQ. I do really love how the role quests, though, are paced in terms of, like, they're just very bite-sized chunks. You know, it takes, like, maybe 20 minutes to do one. Sorry for what I started. I mean, no, Raven! You may be an agent of chaos in this moment, but, it's appreciated. Wrong, that, right? Closer to the wrong end of the spectrum than the right. I, too, am a queso man. Is the superior chip tip. Yes, it is. It is, definitely. Cheese is much better than red. I like salsa verde more than traditional red salsas. What even, I'm gonna seem so uncultured here. What the fuck is salsa verde? What even is it? Porque no las dos. Because one of them is good and one of them is bad. I will sit here with my wrong opinions. Thank you very much. Numo are cult, cute as hell, and they must be protected. Astriel, good to see you. Glad to have you, man. Hope you're doing well. And yes, they are. They're very good. Do super chats. Yes, if you do a super chat, we can fund this the Naniri figurine, and then we can put it up with the Elio figurine, and then we can, instead of filming a lore talk or a end talkers, we'll just have the little figurines. I'll just like have them go like back and forth. I'll just like shake them every time we talk to each other, and then then we can go on to our next thing, which I don't know what you guys are interested in for funding goals.
It also makes Deadpool happy. It's true. I should probably switch it up. Call to actions. If you just do the same thing over and over again, no one gets that interested in doing it. Because, oh, what if we did, okay, what if we did, like, speak Gabby for an entire episode? Well, that could be bad if it was a very emotional episode. But
They are good boys, yeah. I think it's like tomatillo instead. I wouldn't touch that one. Well, it's good that I'm not eating the cheese type with a spoon. But that's what I'm saying. Queso with a spoon I could get behind. Kill chaos. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna seem even more uncultured. What the heck is a tomatillo? Okay, that's it. We're looking up Verde. Salsa verde is a type of spicy green sauce in Mexican cuisine based on tomatillo. What the fuck is... I'm about to look stupid again, aren't I? Is that just green peppers? No, Mexican husk tomato. It's a plant of the nightshade family. You guys are eating deadly poison. No, huh. That's weird. I must just not come across that much in life. And green chili peppers. Okay, yeah. I guess I've just never had salsa verde. Weird.
You're here for me. I'm sorry to put you through the trouble. I'm really fine. The eater landed an unfortunately solid blow, but the healers here have done wonders. I'm more worried about Minfilia. She's not taking it well. Could I ask you to speak with her? My attempts to reach out seem to have had the opposite effect. She's gone off to the Hortorium, ostensibly to fetch herbs for Chismiel, but, well, just talk to her, will you?
Again, Thancred being a good dad, recognizing that he tried to help, tried to like be consoling, and realized like this is not just I'm not the right person right now. Sending someone else out. Like I'm telling you, I feel like the text of Shadowbringers shows Thancred as quite a good father figure, on repeat, with a very complicated situation around it. I'm sure to kiss Ken. What's going on with my MSQ? Chili. I don't know, Tam. Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in? Helio. That's now I understand. You tell Helio help. Tomatoes are nightshade also. Are they? I learn something new every day. Oh, hey, look, guys, I'm coming back to you for the story. So is potato. Wait, potatoes are part of the nightshade family? What? Are Lalavel's deadly nightshade? My life is a lie. Huh. Include potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants. Huh. Wild. Why does it want us to poke her? It's such a weird thing for it to make us... Sorry, my headphones are dying because apparently they didn't charge appropriately. Where's something I can plug them into? Because currently my extension cord's also not working. You know what? For a second, I'm just going to go volumeless. It'll be fine. Also, welcome to our herbology live stream, because apparently we no longer play MSQ. I like salsa verde on tacos. I can imagine that. Stranger Paradise is such a meme at this point. The creators seem to know this now. In the new DLC, different future as the chick read off her line like it was a meme. I mean, is it, or is it just like maybe? I would hope so that they learn it, but also I can just imagine like, hey, they go with the same thing, even if, you know, just like they end up using the same voice company and just gave the same directions. I would have to think they would be knowingly, but maybe the audio director wasn't like just giving good directing. Okay, I think I got yeah. Tobacco. God, it's just everything is part of the nightshade apparently. Wait, I forgot about Facebooks with pokes. Oh man. Wow. Blast from the past. Crazy when social media is a blast from the past. Beep. Yeah! Oh, Elio, what are you doing here? I'm looking for you.
Thancred. It's my fault, you know. I jumped at the chance to help Lena, but I was careless. Now, it's my fault.
Then you can make up for it by caring for him.
Are you sure? I brought him nothing but trouble thus far. And what if it's worse next time? All I do is make mistakes and put others in danger. I'm not sure that he'll resent me for being this weak, but maybe he already does. But you're right. I can still help, if only by seeing these herbs safely to Chesimil. There are only 2 left on the list, but I'll need to ask about this one. I've looked high and low and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Would you mind collecting the others? I would hate to delay any longer than I already have. You're looking for something with soft leaves that's very fragrant in an unmistakably medicinal way, I was told. We only need 2 sprigs or so. Once you've got them, you can bring them directly to Chesamil. Whoever gets there first can explain that the other will be back shortly. Thank you. I appreciate the help.
Okay. Who's got my drugs? Oh, hey, it's Laffy. I'll tell you what, it is very weird doing voice line readings while not having my headphones on. This plant has soft leaves and smells strongly medicinal. Probably what I'm looking for then. Would weed be of any help or not the right drug? I mean, it might chillax him. But I don't think weed smells medicinal. It doesn't like smell like antiseptic or anything, you know? Tam went on a fucking rabbit hole, like, read of all the nightshade plants. Name's solanine, which is a poisonous alkaloid compound that apparently doesn't boil out but does fry out. That explains why potatoes are so wonderful. This plant has soft leaves and smells strongly medicinal. Also, I wouldn't describe pot leaves as soft. Probably depends on the strain, though. Now I want potatoes. I want fried potatoes. Guys, we were doing so good. We were like 2 weeks without having an incident of food, starting with food and making me hungry. Why? We were this close. This close. Can you imagine if this game, like, your height actually affected your, like, jump height? So, like, imagine if Lalafell couldn't jump as high as Eorzean. Ah, Minfilia told me that you would be bringing the rest. Marvelous! With this, I can replenish our store of medicines. We're struggling to keep up with the number of wounded that are being brought in. I wasn't on the field, but it doesn't matter. The patients' faces make plain that it was a horrible battle. And we're still fighting it, I suppose, though with bitter medicine rather than sharp steel. But we'll win, I promise you that. It seems that I owe you an apology for dragging you to yet another battlefield when you've just come off the front lines. In both cases, I'm sure your efforts saved more than a few. With Spigarix in good working order, the Crystarium's people will be well cared for. More lie ahead, of course, but more lie ahead, of course. Battles only you can fight. Not that we intend to let you do it alone, but that's a matter to discuss with the Exarch. You know the Exarch. Oh, is that the, yeah, it's these guys. So, remember this guy, he's gonna be relevant later. We do. Was there something you needed? I need to tell him something. Something for me. My dearest friend, you see. He was there on the battlefield with me, but only the one of us is here to speak of it. At the end, before the wound killed him, I heard his dying words. I never knew that our world was this beautiful, he told me. I'm so glad that I got to see the night sky. I don't know how the Exarch feels about what happened out there. I don't know if what Vauthry said is true, if our losses are just deserts, and we doom ourselves to worse by continuing this fight. But I believe in the Warrior of Darkness, in the Crystal Exarch. I don't think what they've done is wrong, and I don't think we were wrong to fight with them either. My friend, he smiled in the end. Just as he smiled when he raised his glass to celebrate the return of the night. That's how I want to remember him. So,
I want to tell the Exarch. Don't give up. Don't give in. Please. We'll tell him. You have my word.
It's moments like this that are part of what makes Shadowbringers a great expansion. Not just good, but great. Teleport you stuff. Yeah, thanks, Raven. If you wait like 8 hours, I have mashed potatoes I can bring you. A little cold by then, but I'd take it. It would make Lalafell jumps much less free. Quest added feel earlier. I hasn't eaten today, so I should fix that. Be back later. Have fun storming the desert. God damn it, Tam! You leave me just to go eat. Curse you.
If you're ready, why not go ahead to the Ocular? You can keep the XR company while I fetch Alfino. Don't worry, I mean to borrow the swiftest Amh Araeng I can find, so we shouldn't keep you long. Be sure to pass on that message, eh?
I just imagine Lala's having to jump up sets of stairs. I guess kind of. You guys do have pretty short legs. Duties with Sarah be a pain. Yeah, emotions from Tracy, definitely. I really appreciate though that earnestness, right? Which is like, hey, we can't stop our losses, but we can fight for a better world. We shouldn't give up just because it's hard. Sarah! Oh, lagging? Okay, bit of a stutter because the stream health says it's good, so it's probably not on my end. Good, more work for the Lalas. Don't say that around here, Ari. You'll begin a war between the Lalafells and the Viera.
Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. Welcome, my friends. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you, though I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. I hear no few of our people have you to thank for plucking them from the jaws of death. Would that they had not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. One of our soldiers said that. Thank you. Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shirk from what must be done, now least of all. Though I mourn the loss, I will not lose myself to grief. And even should regret to be my constant companion, I will follow the path I have chosen to its end. We have some time before the others arrive if you'd like to talk. And if I were to confess any doubts I might harbor, no one need ever know? No. I believe you have enough burdens without my adding to them. Nevertheless, thank you.
My friends, with your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
Just in time.
Sorry I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
As I was saying, it was only with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
For each we saved, another perished. If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us. As for the attack itself, Vauthry may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented. Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power. He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness, 'twould seem, but in earnest. Lord Vauthry.
Indeed. What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his to command. But if he imagines this show of force will convince us to bend the knee, he is sorely mistaken.
I take it your meeting in Yulmore did not end well.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects. There may feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose, but it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
Did you have any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Calusia?
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Amh Araeng?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals. While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Amh Araeng. From what the Maud told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight. Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser Sin Eaters. And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a Sin Eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison.
I love that in the like
To
when
the
her
real
first words, he
Oracle
knows
of Light,
what's,
I mean.
Yep.
The real Menphilia.
He knows what's coming right away.
If we travel to Amh Araeng, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
Don't.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
But I do. I know why you never said anything. Because you thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. And maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Remember,
Oh,
this
I
is not just...
see.
Yeah.
I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation, but it all makes sense now. The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul. To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest. Despite the raging tempest in your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be? Love. Well, I for one think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions. So, it's off to Amh Araeng we go.
I don't think I realize this just as much. I feel like I feel like it's really easy to misunderstand here that he's feeling this way because, oh no, he's going to lose Minfilia, like Acilia Minfilia. But no, it's that no matter what happens, he's going to lose someone. His Reen matters just as much to him, and that his anger and his pain, his fear and his pain is not about just like, oh, he's going to lose Minfilia. It's going to, no matter what, he can't stop losing one of them. So in that scene, I still, even then, I think it's, yeah.
I'm sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. If you're willing to give me a chance, come with us. Ah, will you never grow tired of shuffling your feet? If you have something to ask me, ask. Tell me about Zodiark. As I told you before, Zodiark is the creation of my people, the first people. We summoned him, as your kind might summon a primal, albeit an infinitely more powerful one. And like one of your primals, he tempered us. It was only natural. There is no resisting such power. Also remember that they wanted a savior. They created him in desire of a savior. And so we Ascians came to exist solely to bring about the rule of darkness. His darkness. And of course some would call us evil for it, and they would be fools. Though that is only to be expected given their innate ability to conceive of nature, the nature of the universe, of our universe. But I believe I am repeating myself. Do you not trust me to speak honestly? Do you hope to catch me in a lie? Really, I have no need of deception, and even if I did, I assure you, you would find it quite indistinguishable from the truth.
The writing does such a good job of keeping things ambiguous or being able to be contextualized. It really does. It does a phenomenal job at that. And it does a phenomenal job of doing that in a way that is not, we don't have a take or we don't have an opinion or we don't have something to say or whatever. We're just going to keep it ambiguous, but like intentionally more interesting. Yeah. I feel bad for Thinker's because he has to watch multiple figures of life just die in front of him more or less, and he's powerless to do anything. Yeah, and can't bear the thought to lose Minfilia twice, but this Minfilia isn't new. Yeah, a chance to thank her being a father again. He sort of wasn't the best for his Minfilia. He did try, mind you, but still wasn't the best for her. I think, I mean, like, as an older brother-father figure in the way that he was for, if you're talking about Acilia, like Minfilia of the Source, I think he was. I think he didn't even necessarily fail her, he just wasn't able to do, you know, I think for the role that he had, I think especially you read the short stories and stuff, I think he did succeed. And then when you talk about Minfilia the First, I feel like he did really fucking damnably well in a situation in which no matter what happened, like, her living means he was going to lose someone he loved, but he also he loves her and doesn't want to lose her, but in order for the, like, you know, it's only that impossible situation that ever puts him in a complicated and somewhat compromised situation around Minfilia the First. Yeah. But yeah, that was someone was asking last night about Zodiark and tempering, and that, I think it was Hydra, we were talking about that, but that's the line that, like, makes it explicit. Oop. Oop.
Sorry for the wait, I'm ready now.
Are you sure you want to do this? There might be another way.
Look, no matter what happens to me, I'm sure that I don't want to go back to being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny, and I want to believe that I can play a part in saving this world. I hope you can find it in yourself to believe it, too.
Let her make her decisions for her own life.
When you put it that way, how could we not? It is your decision to make. Just be sure that you are prepared when the time comes.
If all are assembled, shall we depart?
We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention. I saw you moor an airship coming into land over Amh Araeng while I was on my way back to the Crystarium. No doubt the same vessel that bore Vauthry's forces for Actica.
meaning we cannot expect to encounter armed resistance on our journey through the region. Right now, Amh Araeng lies in the southern reaches of Amh Araeng, and there are two routes we can take to get there. The first is the eastern route, which would lead us past Mord Sok. The other is the western route, which requires to pass through the hills of Amber. Minfilia and I took the eastern route last time. Yes, that's more well-trodden path. It also makes for easier traversal of Naboth's Severance. But we can't use it. If we did, we need to cross the Severance from a point nearby the inn at Journey's Head. If the Eorzeans caught wind of our approach, it'd very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients, and we can be sure their activities would not meet with Vauthry's approval. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it would be safer to take the western route. Which brings me to my proposition. While you make for the hills of Amber in the west, I will draw the Eorzeans' attention elsewhere, to an area in the east that I know to be uninhabited. That way, you'll have a chance at reaching Amh Araeng unopposed, and without risk to civilians. I cannot deny that is a sound plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task at least somewhat easier, will they not? I will accompany you as well. It will afford us a chance to have a proper conversation. And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Thancred will regret. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Vauthry's forces to you. The rest of us will take the western route and try to avoid attracting attention. With that in mind, I think it best that we follow the road from the bridges. We'll move faster with a solid path under our feet. We'll borrow a few Amaro for our journey. I'll leave the rest to you, Minfilia. Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint.
Can I admit the first time through I was not Minfilia the first fan, but I subsequent playthroughs like Sansa Game of Thrones, she definitely comes to be one of the underdogs. Yeah, I think it's very understandable. I'd also say if you don't play Eden, it's even easier to feel that way. I think Eden can do a lot to like also increase your appreciation and like of her. I feel like Minfilia and Thancred got the best character development in Shadowbringers. I think I'd probably say Ardbert got the best character development if I had to pick a single character. Urianger. I think also think about Urianger. Like think about Urianger in terms of the amount. Like even though he doesn't have a ton to do in Shadowbringers, the level to which you take Urianger from like ARR through. If you basically remove 3.4, like 3.4 is basically just Shadowbringers Urianger way earlier. No, so Urianger, Ardbert. I think Ardbert might be a good one. In some ways, you could argue almost the Warrior of Light gets a lot in terms of actually being able to be a character.
Thancred and Minfilia, yeah.
It's hard. I feel like a lot of characters got a lot of good development, you know? Like even the Exarch and... When you start with their character from where they're at the beginning of the story to the end. Definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest.
Would that we all had thy surgery of purpose. We'll need to move quickly. The longer the others need to keep the Eorzeans busy, the more likely they are to be caught. There you are. The gate leading to Amh Araeng is just up ahead. In all the time I've been there, I've never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as is. Keep an eye on Minfilia for me, would you?
I should probably be opening up my coffers. Because I'm probably almost, yeah, I'm super undergeared. Oh, look at that sword. Oh, that's a pretty sword. Oh, unable to play. Oh, right, because I need to be in a town. Well, that's fine. I'll wear this for a second. But that is God, I love the XR. This one isn't dyeable. Yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I love the Exarchic weapons. I mean, some of them are kind of like chunky garbo, but like I love all of them. It's so good. Oh, Raven, you have a milkshake? Nice. Oh no, I want a milkshake. Oh, I curse you. Oh, actually, well, no, because well, we'll see.
Off so soon, Master Forgeron. You barely had time to recover from the last battle. Well, if you're certain, I'm hardly in a position to question you.
Guys, got the best hell of that. You know what? If you include 5.1V, you may not be wrong.
Take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part. Press on, for joy and sorrow walk hand in hand.
I wonder if that's a
Mount
relevant
Garrick
theme.
lie the hills of amber, beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth. Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are spent. Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
Thanks, Bean. Yes, you're right. I do always have a milkshake. I wonder who the 7.0 narrative character is going to be, like the narrator. I'm going to go with a certain character that's a number that's not a number as my answer.
This place has been scarred by the flood too. Who can say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it is mine to travel, and I don't plan to take a moment of time I spend upon it for granted.
I wonder if this is something that... It does feel like Ishikawa went like, I'm going to take this beginning part of the second part of Amh Araeng for a second and be like, what if I just stretch this out as the thematic heart of the next, the next everything I do?
I take it you're seeing what I'm seeing. Finding a village when we're hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes, but you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see if the folk who live here can tell us what to expect from the road ahead.
I also hope it is the number. I feel like that makes sense, like thematically, where we're headed so far, but we still got 2 patches, well, 2.5, well, 0.5, 5.55. 0.55 is also a narrative patch, so it kind of counts. We have 3 narrative patches until we know. Yeah, I love Amh Araeng too. Oh, yes, one of my favorite themes in Shadowbringers. Yeah, it's a real good one. I am a fan.
What, is this not a red spot? This isn't considered
well, okay, I'm gonna have a stupid looking armor for a little bit. Hey, it's Junjun.
You sell? No, you are no merchant, but then why do I know your face, Oh, I remember. You spent Verbert gold. Such a coin purse cracking. You are already a legend amongst more traders.
You're a traveling merchant then. Can you tell us anything of this village?
Of course, anything for a valued customer. This place is Garrick. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now, none. So Master Gengen borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location.
In which case, you all must be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to Amh Araeng ourselves. If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it?
Oh yes, great difficulties. The flood rent the stone and crushed the mines surrounding Amh Araeng. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain.
Oh no. But surely there must be some way. Do you think any of the Mords might have some sort of... hidden route?
Perhaps you ask, they tell. Tell for free even, to friends of our best customer.
Wonderful. Thank you for your help.
Well then, best customer. Let's see what information your reputation buys us.
Good day!
Well, here, in the short term, I'm gonna put back on my artifact armor. That's not it.
Must look proper for the fighting.
Cool. That'll be good for now.
You wish to go to Amh Araeng, There was way once, a gondola down the cliff, but it was built for those who had left something behind that they wished to retrieve. Now, there is nothing left, and no one to use it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt that its rusted wires would bear your weight.
I don't know why, but apparently the Mord are just fun to perform today. I'm weak to the wildest looking places, love them. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Amh Araeng is gross, arid, and orange, all the worst things. I bet it's full of sand, too. Okay, Anakin.
No, that's a surprise. Not many bound from Amh Araeng these days. I do know of a trolley that once went there.
Trolley!
It used to travel between all the settlements and mines of the Hills of Amber. It locked behind a gate, however. I assume that will have kept it from being stolen or damaged, but it also prevents it from being much use.
They generally go to the narrator that's native to the place. Yeah, but the last one's that's only true of, well, technically that's true of 2 maps. So, fair. The last one makes me think that it could be. Also, if I think that the things that are, think about the current places we're going and current content and how that might be relevant for going to where I keep projecting that we're definitely going for 7.0, and it would make more potential, so you can imagine that it would make sense. But also, maybe we'll meet someone from a certain island south of us sometime in the coming patches.
For Amh Araeng, airship is best. Nothing faster than an airship. The Umorans have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. I love their little faces. Little cute demon-y faces.
I liked the gold. Yeah, it was definitely more brassy. Although, actually, this is supposed to be antique bronze. I know, because of having to make a bunch of the cosplay stuff, it's supposed to be antique bronze. It's quite yellow for that, but it's still...
Ah, Elio, I'm afraid I've learned a little of use about how to reach Amh Araeng. The Umoran presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, though, their army is definitely in Amh Araeng, there have been no sightings of the Umorans at all in the Hills of Amber. Perhaps we can take that as a sign that Alice's plan has borne fruit. Do you have any better luck finding a route forward? So these are our options. Well, what do you think?
Raven, I'm just imagining you, like, biting onto the crystal of the sword, and then when I start swinging the sword around to hit people, you're, like, part of it. Like, just, like, part of the attack. Does that give me an attack boost? We can try the gondola. Might die, but eh. Can we get an airship anywhere? Not from Vauthry, obviously. Someone was having fun with the writing.
It does seem like the least risky of our options. And I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Junzun could offer some insight.
Trolley! Are we just shouting trolley every time we get trolley now? It's 100% blue flavored. But is it blueberry? Is it blue raspberry? Is it, like... penalty attack bonus to confusion?
Oh, value customer. Were the other modes of hell?
Ah, I see. The code red of swords.
Of a fashion. They told us that a trolley that runs of Amh Araeng, at least. But I am correct in thinking that there was a reason you did not do so yourself when we first asked.
Yes, the gate, you see, is impassable. Before there were hulking things of stone, the Talos, it opened the gates, they say, but none operate such a thing now. I do not even know if they yet exist.
Oh, sour blue raspberry is so good.
I do not know, but you should travel east to Mount Baron Mines. That is where the trolley controls stand. I'll still see miners from there time to time. If anyone knows what happened to the Talos, they would.
It would be them. Thank you. You've been a great help.
I love them. They're so cute and helpful.
We're off to Mount Baron, then. Let's hope that someone will be there to answer our questions. Yeah, perfect meme setup. I beat a motherfucker with another mother. Oh, I love sour candy too, Raven. Always sort of back, finally actually got up and went to the kitchen to boil water. I thought you, when you said you were leaving, I thought you meant like to like go out. Not like get up to boil water. If you ever want to befriend a Raven, just give me sour candy. The more sour, the better. Knowing your habits of eating sugary things, that's not surprising. So V, are you saying that you really, you would be brokenhearted if a map of Mericidia was the coastline because it's all sandy? The scale of that track is impressive. I'll give them that. Now we only need to follow it until we come to the mines. I didn't mean to make you stare chocobo ass, but I did make you just look at that. I should just record this and make like a background screensaver thing that's just like an hour of that. Okay, maybe not the guy flying on the Nimbus. Oh, it's so good.
Willow, thank you for the 5 active memberships. Woo! Thank you very, very much. Everyone enjoy your emotes. Blinkster, enjoy your emotes. Adrienne, enjoy your emotes. Rydia, enjoy your emotes. Rip, enjoy your emotes. Lady, enjoy your emotes.
Something, something, coarse and roughing, something gets... coast is nice. Watch the sand off in the surf. V, you've lived by the ocean. You know when you go to the beach that doesn't... It still gets everywhere. But also, yes, it's not as bad. Or at least it does whenever I go in the Pacific. Maybe the Atlantic is magical? Maybe is the Atlantic different?
Double berms!
Willow, is there a line you want me to do in a silly voice? Ooh, you touch my tra-la-la. Ooh, my ding-ding-dong. Now I'm just imagining like Gabi version.
Oh, you touch my da-da-da. Oh, my ding-ding-dong. Big drop bomb? Big drop bomb. Maybe that's one.
Bit of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanisms for dispatching the trolley here are here, just as Junjun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. We might wait for Junjun's mysterious miner to appear, or have a look around and see if we can't deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mine proper caught Orianje's eyes. Meet us there if you find anything. Time to bust other people. That was the most horrifying thing I've ever heard. Which one, the Gabi or the regular one? Have you heard the tragedy of Darth?
Haven't heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wilds. The dark side is the way to powers that some would consider unnatural.
You touch my tra-la-la! Tra-la-la-la! Good shit, Ari. Your Gabi version? Good to know. Oh, the Atlantic has lots of salt and sand. Does the Pacific not? But no, yeah. To answer my question, Tam.
It's not a story the Illuminati. I thought not. It was not a story that the Illuminati would tell you.
Now I'm just imagining, like, now I just want to do like a riff tracks for all of Star Wars, but with Gabi. I remember I got stuck on this before when I did this the first time. Yep. I remember, like, I was looking for that for like a solid 10 minutes or something. Or was it not? Yeah, no, it was that. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna need a Gabi double Revenge of the Sith.
You were my brother, Gabi-kun. It's over, but Gabi-kun, I'll have the high ground. Another happy landing. Now I just want to like Revenge of the Sith quotes. General Kenobi. Hello there.
You literally said it at the same time, Ari.
General Kenobi, the negotiator.
Des, good to see you. Glad to have you.
I have brought peace and justice and security to the Gabi Empire. My loyalty is to the Republic, to the democracy. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Now we're just doing all Revenge of the Sith. I have
the upland.
Oh my god, we need to do all of Star Wars. We need to rewrite all of the lines in Star Wars, but just Gabi. And Gob speak? Oh my god, yes, I need this. Quinn, good to see you, glad to have you. Someone please get on this. Like, just download the script of, like, Revenge of the Sith and we just go through it line by line.
Ah, Elio, what hast thou discerned? And see, indeed thine observation not consistent with mine own, but let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive.
Oh, V, thank you! Thank you for the $10! Ever closer towards the goal for Naniri.
Ample evidence of recent maintenance and lukewarm tea besides.
I'm not gonna spend it on a milkshake, I'm gonna get a little statue.
The levers for switching tracks looked like they were in good condition though. I couldn't move them myself. An ordinary person could, I think. It is my belief that no person is meant to. This Talos beareth more than a passing resemblance to golems of the source, nor doth it appear to be sole example of its kind. The proliferation of Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of this mechanism here, suggest a considerable number were once in operation. Alas, the specimen and its fellows now lie lifeless and broken, and I know not how to repair them that they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of the Talos, even if thou wert somehow able to unbar the trolley's path, we would still have no means of repelling it.
Now I just want to get, like, Willow, when she's feeling better, to do, like, custom animations of different scenes from Revenge of the Sith, but with Gabi's.
We might not need to repair the Talos, but someone must. Oh, we might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything else in working order? Whoever's maintaining the cars and rails must know something that we don't. Let's ask them what it is, shall we? Elio, I do believe you'll find a person of some interest skulking in the shadows behind the warehouse on the northwestern side of the tracks. While you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will gently encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourself as necessary, of course, but do try to keep everyone in one piece.
Go for it, Ari.
Off we go, then.
You know, if there was a way we could make a cinematic masterpiece out of this, yeah. Highlights, more so because I feel the whole movie's gonna take way too much. Yeah, you're probably right, but it would be fun. Remake the whole movie in FF. I mean, we could... look, as someone who has to make videos quite often, I can tell you it's more work than you think. I'm sure you think it's a lot of work. It's more work than you think. Just use Photoshop with Gabi and just put him in different outfits. Yeah. Not since Uwu's translator exists. I wonder what Uwu Dabi sounds like. Uwu Gabi?
Uwu?
Does that answer your question? Aye, wicked white, where did ye come from? No, never mind that. You no business here of that, I'm sure. Buddy. Buddy. Wrong. Huh. What are you? The thing I also like about this crystal weapon is it's like a good example of a weapon that is simultaneously ridiculous but actually could work. And that's the best midpoint between ridiculous and could work. Well, assuming the crystal was, well, I mean, it's diamond. You can't touch me! Come, milkshake, flee! One guy, but he's down. Good to hear. These two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Ugh! We're not the brigands come to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal? What's some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. We're trying to help you. A likely story. You look well. You don't look normal, that's for certain. You don't have any wares, so you're certainly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you would come all this way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. Oh, Thaf, I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her unto world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer, and as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be the guide, and they turned up here somehow. I can only assume that you're being intentionally obtuse, but in the unlikely event that that's a serious conjecture, no. I suppose I am a bodyguard of a sort, but we have rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. Though I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his heroic deeds. Gods grant me strength. If I may, we're actually searching for a means by which to travel to Amh Araeng. We were hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. I realize that we haven't gotten off to the best start, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again. The trolley? The trolley? You should have led with that. We're always keen to discuss the trolley. The trolley! We're both engineers in training. In fact, Jarek and Thaf at your service. Technically, I'm a miner and he does repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. The trolley! We're working with a few other folks to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true that there's little in need of transport these days, but that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. The mere sight of it traveling to the track once again would make our hearts soar. Mark my words. You'll hear no arguments from us. What progress have you made thus far? Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. Well, is there anything we could do to assist you? We could gather materials or help put pieces together. It's a sight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the Trolley's operations. I suppose you could speak with him if you like. We'll introduce you. Very well. Our options are limited, and if this Magnus can explain whatever is preventing the trolley from being restored, I'd like to hear it. Right. It looks like you'll be following us back to Twine then. Redhead's back looks like a face. What? Does he have a tattoo? I wish the stage exists in Shadowbringers, but I want all the Shadowbringer stage gear. Yeah, that would be a look. Yep, I see nothing. If you're ready, we can leave right now. Though, if you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? I thought he'd have come back by now. He may be passed out. You think he'll be alright. That's well, I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look just in case. You go on ahead, Thaf.
All right, look, like I say, it'll just be a lot of you and me. Then try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out to the rail yard. We're getting into weapon talk. I'm gonna write an essay. Here, I'll get back to that. I love Eorzean for this, and yet another great bit of characterization from him. Right, V, like, even just small stuff like that. It's like, it's a funny joke, breaks the tension, and is right energy for that conversation, and it's a great characterization for Eorzean. There's, like, it's not that Eorzean gets the most in Shadowbringers, but if you think about the level to which he gets characterization historically versus what he gets in Shadowbringers, it's night and day, you know? Well, Ari, if you like stuff on weapons, I have scripts on the lore of weapons that I've been meaning to get through too. Maybe I should get focused on those sometime. Damn, that's smart. Did he have to thump me so hard? I'll be feeling that for the next fortnight at least. Not to be done about it now though. I pointed your overeager companions in the right direction, and they've gone on ahead, so we need to get moving. Normally we walk atop the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has a much shorter stride, it's more perilous a route than I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried on that account. Who's Thavs, Tam? Or Eorzean? I guess I need that meme for I don't understand yelling. I guess I need the meme for I don't understand yelling the trolley, but at this point I'm too afraid to ask. For whatever reason, it's like one of the things that just, there's no historical meme tied to yelling the trolley. It's more just like some people, for whatever reason during the section, because they say the trolley a lot, kind of, it became like a very minor meme during Shadowbringers. Well, I can't unsee that. We have a TFC. Yes, if you'd like to join our FC, you can come join us over on Crystal Curl. That is Crystal Curl. We also have Cs on Euro T FCs on Chaos Phantom and Dynamis. But yeah, you're more than welcome to join us. We have a lovely time. You can also come join our Discord where we do a lot of conversating, plan and doing things. We're going to be doing things like running Euphrosign after stream and all sorts of other good stuff. Are we going to hit a duty today? I don't know if we're going to make it to Malakath's Well. We might stop before that. Although maybe we might make it to that Raven. We got quite a little bit to go. Oh, Jarek, right. I love lore information about weapons. It's the fencer in me. Like we talked before, I like to study weapons and stuff. Totally. Did you ever watch that video I made on Verdun, the sword Verdun? Oh frick! I did the thing where well, at least since I'm here, I'll fix my armor. Oh, hey, it's V. Hi, V. At this pace, we should, Raven. Yeah. I mean, we have 2.5 hours, I think, likely, but Ellie knows better. Yeah, current pace, yeah, probably. We have quite a story that might take about an hour to get through-ish, with the stuff over here. And then we've got major, like, cutscenes for a bit, and a major, duty. But after that, it goes straight into a dungeon, so there's a good chance we'll make it. Trolley problem, yeah. Yes, and also just the referencing the trolley problem, because there's also one of the quests is literally called the trolley problem. If you enjoy the stream and you aren't a member of our Discord, why come join us? Thank you, Ray Ray. You remember to attune. It worked. I want to say I had that one already without you, but I'm just gonna give it to you because I think you're right. Because I was thinking about it, and that's why I was running to it rather than just immediately going back to. But we're gonna give you. Are we giving it to V, guys? Can we give a round of applause to V for actually getting me to attune at the correct time? And can we get a round of applause for Ray Ray for her wonderful work as a mod and all of the good things she does for the community as a whole, keeps you guys in line. And then can we get Bean a round of applause for maps? No, because PvPs. Sorry, my brain broke there for a second. I just like threw everyone into events together. No, because V's maps, Bean PvP. And for all the other, I'm sorry. I was not prepped with thinking about actually how to give thanks. I'm tired and hungry. Don't blame me. My brain no working. The Dark Knight sword looks so much like an ice cream you can split apart.
Quinn, what are you talking about? And please link it to me. Wait a moment. I think I hear something. Oh, that's something, all right. Run!
That's it? That's what had you scared? I would have at least thought it'd be a sin here. Man, it's so funny. I remember during Shadowbringers, like, in the lead up during, like, 5.5-ish in time, like, thinking, like, oh, we're on the precipice of, like, some crazy stuff's gonna happen, and this is what my normal is. Shadowbringers is my norm. And, you know, Endwalker was looming. And now Endwalker's that, and it's so weird to think about that with 7.0 starting to loom in the near future, that things are gonna be real different. Yeah, I love that Destiny immediately called it, yeah. Big bling energy for Tam. Which video, Ari? The Verdun one? Yeah, if that's the case, I'll definitely do more of the weapons ones. Yep. Dang it, he's not here, I can't add him. Yeah. Someone's planning bling, what are you gonna do? Sorry about that. I'll admit, I didn't expect the route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly to Twine, though, so we should make it without further incident. Who's ready Is there any freaking side quest on any of the maps when you first get there that isn't driven by a large amount of emotion and deeply tied into the tragedy that is the first? No, pretty much every quest, every map is deeply rooted in the ways people have lost due to the flood and are still trying to struggle on and continue. Which is, I mean, makes sense. This is it. Welcome to Twine. The original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came to seek their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to what you see before you today. But it's still the trolley that brought them here. The trolley! As you doubtless noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of each hard day in the mines. Now there is no trolley, but nor much work in the hard stop to be had in the mines for that matter. The only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go. Guys, can I need your opinion. Can I be mean for a second? Can I be a little harsh? V. I just got your message, V. But the only residents that remain here are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go. Hey, look, it's you guys. That's right, you're here, right? Shion, good to see you. Glad to have you. How are you doing? You been doing okay? It's type of popsicle stick, but I had to cave the name. It's the Naruto Jira splits. Oh, yeah, those, the popsicle. I thought you meant like ice cream rather than a popsicle, because popsicles are ice cream. Right? Oh no, is this a thing where people have thoughts? Yeah, so good. I just love looking at the weapons up close and hearing the story behind them. I also love looking at whether the weapons would work in reality. Yeah. I was trying to make up for the mins not being here, but apparently I'm miscalibrated. Step on me, Lord Daddy. Rydia, good to see you. Glad to have you. Pretty much. I like the silence in the background. Nowhere to go. Delusional. You guys are no one argues. You all just immediately take on that identity. Is that a burn on us or you? Fair.
That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect much. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Well, that's encouraging, but I don't see that we have much choice. Let's go and meet the man. All I need to know about weapons is that the bigger the better. That's why you play Dark Knight and only Dark Knight, right, Quinn? Oh. Getting a drink at the bar, V?
Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the three of you in my life.
Or the four of you. Wicked White, if you're going to bother me, at least have the damn courtesy to stand still. Methinks this one is deep in his cups. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them in the mines. They're looking for a way to reach Amh Araeng, so they came to ask about the trolley, you see. What? There's nothing in Amh Araeng. Not anymore. And especially not for frail little girls. Give it up. No, we must reach Amh Araeng. I must. Bah, so you have the heart to set on it. The world doesn't care. The place is in ruin, nothing more. And you're not getting there in the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's a necessity that drives us to Amh Araeng. If you insist that the trolley is not an option, at least tell us why. No, I am sick of people asking me about the blasted thing. Leave me be. We'll speak outside.
We're not gonna touch it. No, the cops not gonna touch it. Dobby's not gonna touch it anymore.
Is that what you meant, Tam? The Hrothgar just needs Drippy from I do not remember Drippy from Ni no Kuni, so I can't help with that. But also, I don't know that that would help with his fundamental problem. Which is his despondence has nothing to do really with him being drunk. Although that makes me think of the Jack one and then the second water bill. What was the second one for? I'm already bloody awake! That was for the smell.
He only said that because he thinks I'm weak, and he's right. But I can't be. I won't be forever. There has to be some way. I must find it. I'm sorry, I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we should ask the other residents. They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything.
Thancred, art thou truly content to stand witness to fate's corpse and take no part? This is a matter of fate, Eorzean. This isn't a matter of fate, Eorzean. It's about choice, and I've had years to decide where I stand. Minfilia spent too long in chains already. I will not shackle her again by making my hopes known. See, you can say he's not ultimately making the right choice and not reaching out more, but he is coming from a place of trying to care, right? And trying not to make her feel like what her choice is. Yeah, I feel so. The first time I played this, I was like I thought like, oh, Thancred's good dad, but like I can see like, but I feel like the story is very emphatic about him trying to do his best the whole way through. Which is also part of why I'm annoyed at Y'shtola for being such a dick to him about it. Because it's not that Y'shtola didn't have a point, but she didn't have to be such a dick repeatedly about that point. And honestly, it was more harm than good. It is for her to choose what shape her destiny will take. It is for me to stay silent, to protect her and teach her and stand by her. That at least I can do for her. So be it. Come, let's make our own inquiries. You could have umbrage with the way in which he's doing it, but like he is coming from a good place and trying to mean well. Straight up tells the grieving person essentially, oh, if you don't want to go on an adventure because so dropped, and it was just so jarring. Huh, that is weird.
Maybe not popular opinion, but I feel like the pirate movies had the same problem as the Matrix movie. The first one was amazing, then the sequels kind of went up their own asses with world building. I think there are other things beyond that. I don't think the world building is a problem with Pirates 2 and 3, and I don't think the world building is actually main problems with Matrix 2 and 3. I also like Revolutions and Reloaded, and I also like World's End and Dead Man's Chest. Or that's the second one, right? And I've watched them recently too. The first ones are way stronger and work standalone. But I do quite like 2 and 3. After that, though, in both cases, it's Garbo. It's real Garbo. It's real Garbo. Oh boy. I mean, they're not Garbo. They're just not good, which is kind of like makes them Garbo by a juxtaposition. Oh, there you go, Raven. Join our YouTube channel. For a little price of not much, you get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling supporting your favorite archivists. I know, it's a rote thing that I say, but it goes a long way towards helping us, making this whole thing more sustainable, which is, I really appreciate it. It's hard to tell you how much it's been being able to get to the point where I'm now almost able to do this completely full-time effectively full-time is just been truly wonderful, and I truly appreciate you guys have helped it. And even if you like, whether or not you've been like done a super chat or what have you, if you watch, those views still count. So thank you for your time and your engagement and your connection, both the people who are streaming here now, people who are watching after the fact. I do read your comments and I appreciate those, even when it's months later, years later, and beyond that. Yeah, just thank you. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know that I got our friend back home with no trouble, and he's just fine. Was a bit shaken up, that's all. Oh, and you? What did Magnus have to say? Drunk. Yeah. I didn't have a faint hope that your need might prompt him to action where our interest has not. But I suppose that was foolish of me. I am sorry that we couldn't be of help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here, if you like. You could give it a stroke or two. It has some very smooth wood. Does this guy want to fuck his trolley? I think this guy want to fuck his trolley. You mean to say you're not giving up, even knowing that Magnus is... Magnus? I don't see much point in being stubborn about it, though. Perhaps stubbornness is exactly what the situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. I can't imagine that anything you will try will work, but if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. We're going to inspect the rails. I'll have a look along the tracks for anything that's in need of repair, and you bring the tools and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. Damn! Thank you for the 5 months! Enjoy your emotes, people and friends. I don't think it does include a message for memberships. I think it only includes it for super chats. Raven, you know that part I'm talking about? Yeah, you guys are talking about Nino Kuni. Okay, I need to... Guys... Who wants to hear a really fucking dumb take? And while I wait. Also enjoy being here. They help me out with the story stuff, and Lauren's good friend to a lot of us. Oh, that means a lot, Astro. Thank you. I enjoy talking to you guys. I know I'm sometimes busy, so I don't always get back to people. So forgive me for that, but I really love talking lore with you guys. I love helping to like build community and like have a place where people can play 14 and feel like they're a part of something that's kind of active rather than playing alone is super important to me because I didn't grow up with that. But I really appreciate spending time with you guys. You're going to stroke some wood, huh? Thank you, Willow, for the memberships. Yeah, gay bulge. Yeah. Is it gay if it's a trolley, or is it only gay? Is it not gay if it's in a 3-way? With a trolley in the middle, there's some leeway? Oh, good, Raven. I'm glad you feel welcome. I mean, like, Raven, it's been wonderful to watch you, like, come out of your shell more and more and more since you first joined. Like, the level to which you engage with everything has been awesome. I love getting these wrong when I did this somewhere. The dude is one of those weird furries that are attracted to the cars, but it's a yoga. I don't think it's a furry if you're attracted to... It's an animate object. There's a term for it. What is it? There's a specific term for it. What is it? Attracted to car sexuality. Mechanophilia. I guess that makes sense. Okay. So everyone knows that there's a game called Ni no Kuni. And we all know that we obviously all know that Ni no Kuni had a sequel, Ni no Kuni 2. But here's where I have my problem. They missed the opportunity to call it Ni no Tuni. Ni no Tuni. It was right there. Other than the fact that it doesn't work with Japanese naming conventions whatsoever, and would be a really dumb title that might make people not even buy it, it was the perfect name. Ni no Kuichi. Just saying. This spot looks like it could use a bit of work. Can you ready the tools for me? I most certainly can. And that is my stupid take for the day. You open the box, revealing the proud array of leveling maintained tools within. Brilliant. Now, if you could hand me what I need as I work. Okay, do we fuck it up, guys? Because I've only ever done this right. I don't know what it looks like if you mess it up. Is it particularly funny? Some memberships do include chat. Oh, interesting. Maybe I just need to manually activate that, Tam? You're putting the para and para. Yeah, you're putting the para and parasocial. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting though. Is it a parasocial relationship when we have the Discord and like a lot of you guys actually do talk to or spend time with? That's where it becomes very interesting to me. Is like, what threshold is it where it's parasocial? Is it only the streamer versus viewer dynamic, or at what point is it close enough that that is no longer the case? Social and the parasocial, yeah. These puns keep leading us off track. Good one, Quinn. Oh, good, Raven. Well, not good that you're crying, but good emotions. You don't sell yourself short. You can have more than. Oh, you said you can have more than one stupid take per day. I thought you said you have more than one stupid take a day. In this case, well, this bolt is loose for one matter. We can't have that in need. Well, I'll need to tighten it. Ah, the crafter in me wants to just give the right things. Saw. Okay, we're gonna do it wrong. Wait, Elio's a smith. He has to know this stuff. Okay, now I like the idea that Elio's a smith, but he doesn't know jack shit about tools. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. I need something to tighten the bolt, please. You were too late. I asked you guys, but you were too late, V. Okay, I'm gonna do it right. I'll do it right now. Painful. To be fair, though, that line was pretty good. Yeah, Elio's just messing with him for the fun lols. Thank you. This was one will do nicely. Now, give me a moment. And gotta plug my headphone back in. It's starting to die again. There. I don't see any problems other than that. There, I don't see any other problems here. So let's continue along the track. Yeah, in my mind, he definitely just, he accidentally handled the saw, not because he didn't know better, but because he, the first saws and ratchet, bolt tightening ratchets just look weirdly similar. Well, no, they're not combo, because then I would have handled the right one. This is the expansion where the Warrior of Light tries joking a lot. They do provide you so many more opportunities to give you, like, not just joking answers, but slightly more dark answers, like, just, like, more flippant. They literally let you characterize yourself so much more. It's great. I'm a bit concerned about this lantern post. Would you ready the tools for me? Oh, right, I have to... Do a super chat. Make Elio say weird shit in a silly voice because it makes Deadpool happy. Speaking of which, do you guys want to see Deadpool? Do you want to summon Deadpool? You guys want to summon Deadpool like a primal? I need your faith and your devotion and will. You're quite handy to have around, you know that? As to the lamp here, they aren't often necessary these days, but if we're going to do this, we might as well do it properly. If by some miracle the night returns as it did in Lakeland, well, it's a nice thought. Anyhow, a bit of this post seems to be splintered. Whether it's lamp to be lit or not, we wouldn't want these little pieces of wood jabbing the next person who comes through here to do maintenance. I'll need to sand it down and rough a bit. Send it down a bit. You need our sacrifices? Yes, you must sacrifice treats for the altar of Deadpool. O mighty Deadpool of the skies, fires, and earth, come to us. Upon wings of gold, we need you in our time of need. Deadpool! Deadpool! Yes, a wood file. That's perfect. Let me even this out. The door might be shut. I may have to go open it for him. That should do it. I'll bring some varnish along next time to finish the job. I haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now. Unless you'd like to take in the view of the tracks from here for a bit longer. It's breathtaking, I know. Wait, how did you open the door? Okay, I'll take it. Come here. Come here. Hi, did you show up? Are you here? What? Mining has always been a primary vocation of the folks in the Hills of Amber, you see, but after a certain point, they had dug up everything that could easily be reached and carried back by manpower alone. Bean, just so you know, take notes of cutscenes like this that are like shots of like Amh Araeng that are pretty, because sometimes we may want to like go back and get those. It was then that the Naboth Empire struck about the idea of the Talos, which they had seen at work abroad. At the Great Expanse, the Naboth brought the Mistel engineers who specialized in Talos here to the hills, and wouldn't you know it, the mining industry picked right up again. Twine itself sprung up around that time, as a matter of fact. Oop. You want to get down? Yeah. I can't use both hands, which makes it. He doesn't mean I'm not supporting him enough. He doesn't like to be unsupported. It was named after the entwining tales, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Mistel. But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Mistel left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago that the last of them, the folks from the Daedalus Stoneworks, took off to Yulmore, and now no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. This is important, remember this. But there's no use in lamenting what can't be changed, and there's one more thing we need to do while we're out here, so we might as well get to it. Vultures occasionally make their nests on the track, you see, and it falls to us to remove them when they do. The creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless a danger to anyone passing by. It's not my favorite task, to be honest with you, and you may have noticed I'm not terribly suited to confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove any nests you find for me? I'll keep an eye on things from here. Daedalus Stoneworks, you say? I may have picked up the Breath of the Wild DLC on sale I've been running around for. Yeah, Breath of the Wild's awesome. I'm very excited for Tears of the Kingdom. Raven gave him the strength and wisdom and courage to open the door on his own. Deadpool, you got the Triforce, buddy? He just sat and was like, you got the Triforce of cuteness, that's for sure. You got the big old paws. You got the big brown eyes. You got the loving disposition. He's a good boy, that's for sure. Oh yeah? Wolfen, because you want a treat? Will you promise treats? Technically, I didn't promise you that. Okay. I'm sorry, I have to pause for a second. He's antsy. He wants a treat. Come on, buddy. My cats know how to open the door. I can never have a piece. They own me. They in my room. Lock it? They just scream for hours. Deadpool, I will say, is the best part. Having had, like, I grew up with a cat who was like, look, I know everyone thinks their animals are the best, but this cat was like one of the best cats ever. His name was Wolfgang. He loved to cuddle. He didn't meow at all. He just loved to snuggle. He just hang out. He was very not needy. Like, whatever the opposite of needy was, but also still had a playful personality. but like Deadpool's kind of like that. He was basically like the best parts of a cat and a dog, but in a cat package. What Deadpool's kind of like the best parts of a cat and a dog, but in a dog package. For those of you who are interested, tomorrow's video is going to be a lyrical lore, and it's going to be on lyrical lore Crimson, Forged in Crimson, the current trial song. And so if you're interested, I highly implore you to watch it. I had a cat that would yell all night, but after about 1 to 2 weeks, finally gave up and learned it wouldn't work. Just depends on the cat. Who can outlast who? Yeah. I have a really hard time with like very chatty cats and very chatty dogs. I've been very lucky that most of the animals I have been very not that. Such a weird thing, but seeing these rails is just making me want to play Mario Party, because I want to play that Mario Party mini game. And again, just about anything makes me want to play Mario Party. How's my volume, by the way? I think I was tuning it a little bit. Let me know if I'm a little quiet. Thank you. That should be everything taken care of. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing can get it started again, though. As I said, the only people who know how to repair the Talos are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out of the town. The trolley's tracks rusted and the cars fell into disrepair. Now, I was born in Twine, raised there. My very first word was trolley, damn it, and those were the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years passed, Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real, proper trolley engineer, and perhaps he would have never left in the first place if it hadn't been for his son. As you are well aware, Amh Araeng is hardly the safest place, and Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from its dangers. It didn't help in the end. The Sin Eaters got the boy. Isn't that always the way? The child had always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus's trolley running again. So in his memory, they returned to Twine, started fixing those rusted rails and broken cars, and it was going well for a time. Wicked white vultures! Are they back for revenge? Never mind. I don't want to find out. Cheers! Oh, thank you, Bean. Yeah, for posting the Lyrical Lore playlist. If you like the Lyrical Lore videos, you should definitely check that out. Raven, you sound like you're in an abusive relationship with your cats. Friendly reminder, if you plan on going to FanFest, you should sign up for tickets right now. You can sign up to be in the raffle to get tickets, and also if you're interested in trying to get share rooms with someone or get help with travel and have to spend less money, we have a group chat that we're going to be getting that, where we're going to be doing, helping people set up that and logistics. So if you're interested in that, go say so over on the Discord. Nice work out there. And now you know the story of the trolley. Won't do you much good without the Talos, though. If there was even a single one that still functioned, things might be different, but, well, here we are. Not that it'll do you any good, but we do have a Talos we've been meaning to repair. I can show you if you'd like. It'd certainly be nice to hear something other than Magnus's griping for a change. So many goddamn coffers. I'm just gonna use them all. I'm using all that ketchup. Blinks many times. Are you blinking in Morse code? Are you blinking in order to summon help? Also, it was wrapped in tinfoil. Yep, I've been there, Rid. I remember something near you that has bugged me for a while. I can't get too specific as spoiler, but there's an enemy model that looks just like something we shouldn't be seeing yet. You know it? I don't, Decoy. Can you reference it? I mean, you know, you can go ahead and just like, is it a spoiler for Endwalker, or is it a Terminus beast? Is that what's up? Ooh, that actually looks pretty good. Ooh, that's pretty good. Also, what's the abyss look like? I'll have to set out that glamour plate later. The mystic weapon. The mystic weapon. No, I don't know that. I'll have to check it out. Is it south of me? Where on the map is it? We can go check that out. Elio, I have to use leather gloves to play with them? Jesus! Lordy, Raven. Yeah, you definitely should like get a toy or a rod or something. They find it more fun to abuse me than cat toys. Are your cats literally bloodthirsty? Very Amdapor Alliance situation. Yeah, I'll check it out and I'll give you a thought. Southeast. Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah, I will check that out for sure. That's very, very interesting. Thanks for asking, Decoy. Some of it, I mean, it's just asset reuse, but like also in general, sometimes like soulkins can exist like similar soulkin ideas can exist.
Truly, yet a most vexing state of affairs. I thought mayhap a closer examination might yield something of value. I see. The means to build Talos stone by stone are lost to us. 'Tis true, but here before us slumbers the most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be in working condition. It will likely require naught but a few modest repairs and a suffusion of aether. Well, if you think you can get the thing up and running, far be it from me to stop you, but what exactly do you reckon the problem is? I should stress that I have performed only the most cursory of examinations. Though such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me, as I did suspect from the first, it is host to a network of veins through which aether floweth freely. Or so it would were it not for several fractures which now impede said flow. How in the hells did you get all that from just a glance? I take it you thought up a solution as well, then? To bridge these fissures requires the material highly conductive to aether. Once in place, I believe it will be possible to restore the Talos to life. Might I prevail upon thee to acquire that which we require? Not far beyond the walls of Twine dwelleth a creature living stone, the debitage. Full sure am I that stone from such a being would prove most suitable to our needs. Very good. I shall have Thancred and Nymphilia tend me in the remaining preparations. I spied with 3 obstructions to the flow of aether in the Talos, and thus would I ask you to provide 3 stones of the debitage. All else will be made ready upon thy return.
So it's like interesting, like Shadowbringers could omit these, like go out and do something and kill something quest. I do think that a certain amount of these is actually good, not just because it's gameplay rather than just story, but it also gives you a chance to like get out and like look at the map a little bit more, rather than just going place to place. So I can imagine someone being like, oh, why are we still doing fetch quests? But I think in moderation it's fine. Not only fine, I think it can be a strength. Evil weapons. Okay, in the southeast you said? Well, let's go do that real quick. They go after me when I'm at Raven's house. Christ, Rydia. One of them will lay by my main hallway and smack everyone who goes... It really does sound like you're under duress. Is it over? Are they over in the ruins, Decoy? Yeah, evil weapons. So these remind me more of like the Terminus. These get reused for Terminus beasts. Because we don't have E3 yet, we can't be sure. They could just be Beastkin on the first. And there's just a similarity going there between the first and Source. Do you know if they were specifically used Yeah, I think, yes, I think, well, yeah, I think one of them shares a model. Yes, one of their Terminus beasts do share a model with that. I don't know that I would read into it particularly as of yet. I would think it's probably, when we get EU3, we can look to see if they're labeled as beastkin. I would wonder if they would be a beastkin or void sent, especially with Amh Araeng and its histories. It wouldn't surprise me if they were actually also considered as void sent. That was a Sabotender. That's what Cactars look like on the first. And also why I love Cactar. One of many reasons, frankly. Look at this boy. Look at this chunkus mahonkus. He's a gigantatender. A gigatender. He's a tender 11. He's full of tender loving. Oh, look at that donk! What an ass! Caked up for days! Cactar, more like Caktar! Don't clip any of that. That ain't swole. That's sexy. Elio, you good? I love Cactars, okay? Don't at me. Yeah, I love that they try to do Cactar poses and fall over. They're so top heavy, which is surprising because have you seen how heavy their bottom is? I don't think anyone makes a body pillow of a gigantatender. Although that said, a Cactar body pillow wouldn't be the worst. That's actually, I'm not a body pillow sort of person, but a Cactar body pillow would be the kind of body pillow I would consider. Not because I'm horny for Cactar, despite the things that I may have said over the past 5 minutes. More just because, like, a Cactar body pillow would be cute. What a combination of emotes. Sexy Eorzean and a broccoli. Lunatender body pillow? Oh, it'd be so skilly. Just like, no, like, yeah, just like, oh. So what are you into, Cactar booty? Should I just like, if I ever go back on dating sites, that's just what I'm gonna put in my bio. Thancred and Minfilia will return ere long with the remaining supplies we require. Did thou succeed in procuring stone from the Devatage? Squishmallow Cactar. Fine specimens, one and all. You have my thanks. We need now but wait for Thancred and Minfilia's return. Because I would say Decoy, there's plenty of other examples like the evil weapon of like reuse in similar ways that you're not supposed to assume that there's like a direct connection. Kind of with some stuff like Eureka as well. From end to end, the path by which Aether may flow through the Talos have been duly mended. They but require sufficient endowment. Are all Talos supposed to be male? Because their eyes are full of men. It's not moving. Strange, the core refuses to stir. I fear the condition of this Talos is more dire than I previously surmised. As a heart driveth blood through a man's veins, so doth the core's aether throughout the massive frame. Failing its repair or replacement, the Talos cannot be restored. So it was the heart after all. Thou didst foresee this outcome. Well, no, not exactly. We never gotten this far and tried to repair it, so we had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another, in case things turned out the way as they are now, but... well... Jarek? This isn't really my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. Alright, after all the lot you've done for me, I suppose it's the least I can do. You found... there's a Cactar body pillow? We live in a golden age. We need it, yep. Hello, adventurer. Is that the next funding goal? After the Neri statue is a Cactar body pillow? Hello, adventurer. Are you a culinarian by any chance? I could use some help with all this cake. Thicktar, probably. Yeah, but does anybody else... I always see the male symbol whenever I look at the Talos eyes. Like, that's all I can ever see. Which makes them kind of feel like 70s as fuck. How come, Tam? Why does it give you whiplash?
Right then, the Talos, their hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sort of sufficient ethereal conductivity. Both it and the other materials used in the construction of the Talos bodies are... Oh, right, because your name. I'm not even going to look at chat, it's because your name. But body and mind the same place. The place, of course, being here, the Hills of Amber. It was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't. I'm sorry, but you'll have to hear it from Thaf or someone else. Back to the tavern.
I'm surprised your quest was so short, Raven, but power to you. Thanks for looking it up. Talos are wearing some sick guy liner. Yeah, if you guys want to link in the Discord, you can. Still here, eh? You can ask again, but the answer's the same. Our trolleys are... I'm more interested about Magnus and his story. What? Goddamn jerk! You could have at least finished so I wouldn't have to clean up your mess. Seeing how you made such a quick progress in fixing that Talos and all, he was probably thinking you could help change things around here. And I think he might be right. Gather your friends and I'll tell you what you want to know.
Magnus's wife was a miner, you know. Greatest prospector there ever was. When the golem hearts started failing, she was the first to head out in search of more.
Is that
Problem
Arnvold's
was,
voice actor?
most of the veins ran dry ages ago, and finding fresh ones to tap's only gotten harder. But she wasn't one to be deterred. She just kept digging deeper and deeper. And then the mine collapsed. We labored day and night to clear away the rubble, but it took us 2 months to find her. To find her body. Magnus has never been the same since.
Where is he, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, yes, well, if he's not here, there's only one other place he'd be.
What? Oh, you again. How many times must I tell you? The trolley won't run! We'd be better off dismantling the damn thing and selling the parts for scrap. Now, piss off back to wherever you came from. And don't let me catch you around here again.
What
Okay, you know
names?
what? Thancred does get the best character development in Shadowbringers.
My son was named Scully. My wife, Agna. Being here with them, it beats going home. Home stopped being home when I lost them. I thought to try and drown my sorrows, but the bottle's never deep enough.
No bottle is. Believe me, I know.
You've lost someone too?
Not
People
like
forget
you.
how.
Not my own flesh and blood. I grew up an
People
orphan. so I never really knew what family meant.
Ingrid's had a hard life.
Not until I met a man who offered to take me in and make me his pupil. He was a kindly soul, always looking out for me, like a father. Not that I appreciated that at the time, or anything else for that matter.
He's talking about Louis Soir.
But I finally had a family. And then I robbed a young girl of hers. I did my best to make amends, to offer her comfort. But the more I look back on it, the more I realize just how inadequate my efforts were. I let her down. That is why I refuse to let her legacy die. In the end, all we can do is press on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. And that requires your Talos. Please, Magnus. You are our only hope of reaching Amh Araeng.
Speaking of legacy, he carries Louis Soir's as well.
What rubbish.
She's not gone. No matter what you say or believe, she's not.
Thanks, Sarah.
We can still bring her back.
Man, I remembered obviously the strokes of Ingrid's story here, but coming back a second time, the subtleties, like not just like Louis Soir, but the fact that he specifically quotes Louis Soir is built on the way in which he carries on Louis Soir's legacy and Minfilia's legacy, and just like, oh, good shit. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I forgot if I actually wrote it in the chat, but Dacrid's. Oh, that's interesting, V. That'd be. I wonder if you could find a place to share that sometime. The difference. I wrote it out, put it in the chat, but Dacrid and Mum Stola can only look into who they've had as potential figures. As the difference between their styles is palpable. Yeah, yeah, definitely, Tam. I don't think that. I think Y'shtola, I don't know if I would consider Y'shtola a good mother figure either. Or at least just not maternal. Maybe. I mean, no, I mean, she's never been put to the task, really. So it's hard to say. I bet she could be. If any science had prosthetic limbs, would they have made it to the first? Umino, good to see, glad to have you. That's a good question. Give me 1 second. Because they're so, you know what? Yes, what I would imagine is if I would imagine that their prosthetic limb would not. No, because their physical parts would not. So the prosthetic limb would not, to your question, they would not. It would not come with them. But my question is, would the soul form that exists in the first be the same as the version as it was in the source? And I would say yes, for a couple of reasons. One of which is, think about like Y'shtola's eyes, right? They're not fixed. Or you think about like the way in which like the soul and the like your ethereal manifestation is like a representation of whether or not your perception, also at the very least like maybe the relative amount of aether. So yeah, I would say so. Oh yeah, my copy. Awesome. Hey Adam, Ari, you're in the back the last like third of the book is just nothing but weapon stuff. So go ham. Y'shtola's not maternal to me. Yeah, she's not maternal. I'm not saying she's like, she's bossy for sure. I pity y'all who think she's a mother figure though. Yeah, she's not maternal. Glances at Matoya. Yeah, I don't think she's maternal. I think she could be a good parent in terms of like structure and teaching, and being a mentor, but I think like her harshness might make it hard sometimes to. She might need to be soft, and she might still be hard when she would be helpful to be soft for a child.
Full well do I know the pain of loss and how heavily it can weigh on one's heart. Nevertheless, there is but one way forward. We must needs procure a new heart for the Talos. Thaf, knowest thou any location wherein we might find the stone we require? No matter how scant the possibility, we would seize it.
I told you, near all the veins were tapped dry years ago. But I suppose if you really wanted to try, you may find something at Nuvi's leavings. It was opened well before the Talos became commonplace, which is why the mining there was never quite as deep. When you get there, look for Guthjon, and tell him I sent you. But don't be surprised if he tells you the same thing.
Thine assistance is most appreciated. Elio, I think it best that Thancred join thee in the search. Though he would be quick to deny it, his heart is in turmoil, and his thoughts clouded. 'Twould be unwise to ignore his distress.
There's so many side quests. Well, she is a damn fool of a stray. I feel like it's such a telling thing that Shadowbringers is, okay, we're competing over, like, trying to say, like, okay, who has the best character development, because it's like, there's so many good moments with everyone, in contrast to, I feel like, prior expansions. Because, like, don't get me wrong, there's, like, lots of highlights, and people have moments and stuff, but there's not, like, a character I'd be like, yeah! Or in Heavensward, yeah! Or in Aromaborn, yeah! I mean, in Heavensward, you sail in, like, Estinian, but even then, you know, it's like, okay, cool, you got two good examples, but like, I mean, Horsefawn, but...
Off to somewhere new, are you? At last, a lead on the stone we need to power the Talos. I can't very well have you go on your own. Lead the way.
I feel like after having played through all this stuff like a second time, I appreciate everything that comes before Shadowbringers even more, and also double down on my feelings about the level to which Shadowbringer steps it up all the more. Celio, good to see, glad to have you. You love the blue spirit weapons? Yeah, they're real pretty. They're like if you like them, by the way, if you could get the exarchic weapons, you basically can get them and then dye them.
I'd say we're long overdue for a good turn. I can only hope that the gods feel the same way. Now, Nuvi's leavings were the south, was it? Let's get going.
There's no competition. It's the Chais. It's the Chais. But does Miss Chai develop? Because Chai Nu's like she doesn't really change much from beginning to end. Like, that's almost like what's so special about her. He does, though. Oh no, the Kiki boy's coming for me! Flee! Almost looks like the Giant Skull weapon. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very similar, right? I mean, if like you dyed it purple, it would look like Giant Skull. Actually, that's a good idea. If I create, for my Thavneri outfit I have a Thavneri outfit for my dancer. I should like make the chakrams exarchic and then dye them pink to make it Giant Skull looking. Thanks for the idea.
The way you describe it, I was expecting the place to be abandoned. Perhaps our fortunes are finally improving, though we should probably hear what Guthjon has to say before we celebrate. Assuming we can find him, that is.
Chai doesn't really develop, more just continues being the most precious being on the verse. True. Honestly, exploring the Shadowbringers zone was some of the most fun I've had in 14. Really? How come? I mean, like, not, like, I'm just curious, like, zone exploration is fun for me, but I wouldn't describe it as, like, some of the most fun. It's very cool, it's very impactful for me, but I'm curious what about it made it fun. Yeah, I think Miss Chai does too a bit. Not as much Mister, but sure. Yeah, fair. Getting revenge for you staring at that cactar booty.
Hey dude, eyes up here.
Oh my god, like, okay, wait, is cactar voice? Okay, so you got, we're talking about a little bit kind of like Gabby voice, or kind of like,
there's like, Gigantotender's like, Gerby's like, I'm Gigantotender, I'm caked up motherfucker and I'm gonna beat you to...
Okay, that's just unintelligible. What does a Gigantotender even say?
Who are you? What are you doing here? Well, you should have listened to Daph. You're wasting your time. But this site is not as developed as the others, is it not? Surely there must be something left. I should explain. The stone you're looking for is leonine. All the Talos in the hills of Amber are powered using them. Or at least were. Anyway, whatever's left, if anything, is too far below to be safely excavated. It's the deepest reaches of the mine we used, Talos, to keep the pathways from collapsing. They're still there, but they could give out at any time, which is why much of the mine is closed off. Then our only option is to search the higher levels for any fragments of leonine that may have been overlooked. I suppose there may be one other way.
Well, don't leave us in suspense, man.
What you're asking for is a trade secret. I'll need to be duly compensated in exchange. Fine. What do you want? The other day I found a Verberti gold piece down in the mines. A bloody Verberti gold piece, and wouldn't you know it, I dropped the damn thing somewhere while I was working. Find it, and I'll tell you what you want to know.
You'd have a hard bargain, sir, but we'll take it.
It seems we have our work cut out for us, Elio. Thankfully, I have an idea of how we might hurry things along.
Where do I link this body pillow? It's so weird. I don't even know which chat.
As I'm sure you've noticed, despite their best efforts to illuminate the corridors, it's rather dark in here, meaning it'll be that much harder to find a single coin hiding in the shadows. That's why I propose we use the sun drops. They'll help the eye take in more light. Why don't you start your search further in, and I'll handle this area. I'll retrace your steps after in case you happen to miss it. If you feel the drops effect wearing off, I can give you more, so don't worry.
The Shadowbringer zone's kind of just stuck with me, especially the oh shit moment in Zone 6.
Yeah, so definitely important and like hit me hard. I totally am with you on that, Salil.
Salil?
But the
I was just caught by the fact that it would have been considered fun.
Because, like, I guess that I see a difference between things that are hyper impactful can sometimes not be fun, per se. And things that can be fun can be not hyperly impactful. But sometimes it can be both. I am super excited to explore new zones in 7.0, so, you know, that's going to be a lot of fun.
That's like no gnome I've ever seen. You've heard of elf on a shelf, but have you heard of gnome made of stone? There's our actual Giant Gall's weapon that are 2-star crafted weapons from 2.x. Oh! Wait. Are those the ones that look like Giant's Gall, or are those the ones that are Giant's Gall infused in lore? Because I know the ones that you're talking about. Those are just Sirach Gnome. Yeah. I sent you the Dark One itself. Thank you. Oh, that's what the whisper was. Oh, wow! Oh, no, it is actually. Huh. Look at that. Because there are a couple weapons that are just Giant Skull infused, but that's like actually... I've never seen this one before. I mean, it's a crafted weapon, which is probably why, but that's super cool. Thanks for at least bringing that to my attention.
I was hoping he'd drop the gold piece somewhere closer to the entrance. More fool me for thinking Lady Luck was on our side. Or maybe she is yours, at least. In the end, my contribution was little more than poor company. Come on, Thancred, you were more prepared for the task than I was. No more than usual, I assure you. I only managed to survive the Curthian wilderness and the Imperial capital by virtue of extensive preparation, a habit of mine since childhood, and one of my few positive traits which endeared me to Louisoix, I imagine. It hasn't been easy finding ways to compensate for my condition. Because remember, he can't manipulate Aether, which they're reminding us for reasons. Every tool and trinket has proven vital to my continued success, such as it is. Had I chosen to pursue the arcane arts rather than espionage, well, I'd rather not think on it. So long as I have the means to protect those dear to me and to see my duties through, that's all that matters. Now, let's hurry and see the return that return to Guthjon. The sooner we get back to Eorzean and Amphilia, the better. You're back! Wait, does that mean... Oh, I'll be damned! You actually found it! Well, the deal is a deal, but don't think this means you'll find what you're after. To be honest, I wasn't sure you could pull it off. But you did, and I am a man of my word. Come with me.
That's gorgeous, that's gorgeous. Yeah. That was a really neat looking weapon. I also wonder if weapons like that are gonna get a texture up res in the future with the... I'm so interested for like what the exact limitations of the visual updates are gonna be. Like how much is gonna be updated at 7.0, what we should be expecting. I'm gonna be fascinated to see. It's gonna be a good fan fest. There's gonna be a lot of info coming for the fan fests. Both because of like 7.0, but also like there's a lot of like projects they've been been mentioning for a while.
Every time I step out of those mines, the sky seems to get brighter. I never leave them if air weren't so stale. But you're not come to hear my grievances. You are after Leonine. First, I have to ask, have you ever heard of rockworms?
Rockworms? I know them by another name, though I'm fairly certain the locals call them knockers.
Aye, that they do. Whatever you want to call them, those little bastards may be your answer to your troubles. They can fit through cracks and crevices down where we can never hope to reach, and on occasion they come back with something valuable.
They dig up Leonine in the mines.
In rare occasions, but yes. That said, it usually amounts to more than a few flakes.
Well, our only other option sounds tantamount to suicide, so how can we draw out these rockworms?
Over by the shack, you'll find a bag full of smoke bombs. Set off a few in the mines and you'll flush them out in no time. Once they're out in the open, knock them senseless and check their backs. I should warn you, this method of mining, if you can even call it that, is used as a last resort on account of what little they're like to bring back. You'll want to cover as much ground as you can if you hope to find anything of value. Assuming you do find something, bring it here and I'll have to look.
We should split up if we're to cover more ground, as he suggests. If you can cover these 3 areas on your map, I'll see the parts between them. If you ever see one of the crafting mats that's a green paper wrapped package called Mossy Stone, they're crafting mat for it. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, thanks, Tam. Apparently they only come from the 18th hour retainer ventures. Or maybe quick, interesting. That's part of why they're so rare, okay. So hyped for FanFest, I know, I'm so excited! I gotta wait till October. Yeah, well, but on the bright side, you get to go to the second one. You know, a lot of the American people won't get to go to that one, but you'll be able to still learn all the information that's coming out of the first one. Because remember, it's not just they do the same thing at each FanFest. Each FanFest is like a progression in the, like, the first one is like the short trailer, and then like, it's like bit by bit by bit, they're revealing more and more as the 3 go along. Me too, also hyped to meet team members in person. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. It'll be fun to meet you all in July and then in October. I don't know if I'll be going to the Japanese one, though I'm definitely gonna try. That one's gonna be a lot harder to get tickets for, because one, it's like can be swamped. There's like a lot of people trying to get tickets for it, and on top of that, you have to have a JP account. And where I have a lot of friends who have Europeans accounts, who I could potentially like get a ticket from them. There's not a lot of people I know with JP that I can do that for. Although, if I do plan on going to the JP one, I should probably start practicing my Japanese again. It's been a while. I've been a little rusty. Any of you guys enjoy that? So I used to teach like Japanese to like kids and stuff. So like not like high-end stuff, but would any of you guys want to do like if we had like fun streams like on Sundays, or probably not Sundays? I don't know, but like someday, maybe once a week or something. I could teach you at least some basics and stuff. Question, can you simply make a JP account to sign up for the raffle? I think you have to be a subscribing JP account, or a subscribing account, so like, you have to have an active, it has to be considered an active account. But in theory, yes. I would love to go to FanFest with y'all, but finances say no, unfortunately. Well, so the question is, the finances just about room and travel? Because we can try to see if you could like match up with anyone. Because then it's mostly just about ticket. Depending on the time I'd be into it. Yeah, I tried learning Japanese on Duolingo, but struggled. Yeah. Yeah, we could definitely, well, I'd definitely love to hang out with you guys and start to like review and practice myself. And to do it with you guys. Yeah. Cool. I can't promise like I can't promise like perfect knowledge and stuff because I'm not fluent. The closest I ever got would have been probably like high school or middle school speaking level. But I definitely can teach anyone here to like very, very basics. I was at like N3, I think was the highest I was. Out to 10. Ich, ni, san, shi, go, roku, shichi, hachi, kyu, ju. Now, the fun thing about Japanese is that if you can count to 10, you can count to 99. Because 11, for instance, is just ju, ichi. It's just 10, 1. Or like 23 is ni, ju, san. It's just 2, 10, 3. And then hyaku, and then 100 is hyaku. And then ni hyaku, sanbyaku. Yeah, because ro pyaku. I'd love to learn and read kanji. Yeah, I can help with that. I can read about... at my best, I was able to read about 1,000. I probably can only read something like a couple hundred now. I can write probably fewer just because I'm... But if you can read kanji, you don't need to write kanji. That's a terrible thing and not true at all, but... And don't let any teacher ever hear you say that, but also it's totally true. In the digital age, if you know how to read kanji and you know like what a kanji's like kana are, like furigana, or not furigana, on yomi and kunyomi, you're basically good to go. This is off work and we're going shopping. Have a good one, Sarah. Enjoy. English and bad English. Yeah. You could use a refresher for sure. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that one thing I like about Japanese, for instance, is with this verb system is that basically there's verb stems and then you just conjugate the verb to get the whatever you want. So you have, let's say, what's a good one that's not weird? Nomu. So nomu is to drink, right? But if you want to make it the polite form, it's nomimasu. You just make the end of mas, basically. Well, you make mu become mi and then mas. If you wanted to do past tense, it'd be like nonda or nomimashita. So like, okay, this is maybe actually more complicated to explain than I considered quickly, but it's very logical and it makes a lot of sense when you actually like get down to it. Verbs are just 3 consonants and conjugation is putting them together with different vowels. Yeah, it's not entirely dissimilar. The other thing is you need very, very little Japanese in order to like get by Tokyo. I feel like you're only ever planning to go there. Like if you're planning to go outside of Tokyo, you'll probably need more. But like for instance, if let's say you don't need to talk to anyone, let's say you just need to like get around like the like on the Shikansen and stuff, like you don't need to know that many kanji. You don't need to know a whole bunch to like make your way through it all. And a lot of places have like English people who speak English even if poorly, or are like at least they're set up to allow it to work with English speakers to some degree. And if you're planning on going for something like FanFest, you would go Tokyo. I forget how long this section was. And it is mostly because of the fetching stuff. It really is crazy how much that does add to it, and probably goes back to what we were talking about yesterday with Stormblood versus Shadowbringers, despite Shadowbringers and the ways it feels shorter. Make Elio say weird things in a silly voice, or you can just make me sing, though apparently I do it anyways. Keep getting thrown off. I keep thinking that, like, when I'm gonna kill it, that's it. Reminder that we are going to be doing Youth for Sign after stream, so if you'd like to do that, make sure to come join us. Okay, so they got rid of Sierra Mist recently, actually as in this year, and they replaced it with something called Starry. And I tasted it, and it's literally just Sierra Mist, and I'm just like, you just rebranded. You didn't even create something new, which, I mean, to be fair, at least if you like Sierra Mist, you didn't lose your drink. But on the other hand, Starry? Like, what was wrong with Sierra Mist? I mean, obviously, I guess something new the fact that I bought this, right, was because it was new and it was different, and it made me go like, oh, maybe I should try it. Yeah, agreed, Umino. There you are. Find anything promising. Gaines, good to see, glad to have you. Between the two of you, I'd say you've got quite the haul. But I've got comfortable. Best get comfortable, friends. It's going to take time for me to sift through all of this. I wouldn't even say it drags that much, but it does. It's notably draggier. You know, I feel like it's a juxtaposition of, like, it's not that it is super drags, but everything else is so much, you know, quicker.
You may not remember this about Arminfilia.
She was a minor.
But prior to founding the Path of the 12, long before the Scions, she was something of a minor.
Yeah, everyone forgets that.
After her father died, Flamine took her in and taught her the trade. I think they were both seeking to fill the void left by a loved one. Maybe that's why she took to it so readily. Back in those days, I spent most of my time in the quicksand, or some other tavern, loosening tongues and gathering secrets. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of her in the street, on her way home after another hard day's work. I always felt a wave of relief when I saw she'd come back safe, along with a pang of guilt at the fact I wasn't there to support her as I should have been. Simply speaking with her more than once in a blue moon would have been a good start, but I could never bring myself to do it. Instead, I threw myself into my work and became every drunkard's best friend.
I feel like he gives himself too hard a time. Not your finest hour, to say the least.
Far from it. And Flamine has never let me live it down. But that was a lifetime ago. Here and now, I have another chance to do things right. And I will not squander it again.
Hey! Come and see what I found! You're not going to believe this.
This is a good example of like Shadowbringers using its voice acting appropriately. Like this moment matters because the emotions of it, right?
Tell me it's Leonine.
It is at that. You lot were born lucky. It's mostly broken pieces. But look at this.
This is a rather fine specimen.
It's been decades since we found anything approaching this big. But that's not all. There's an engraving on it.
Ah, these scratches here. They're a little hard to make out. To my beloved Magnus and Schoolie.
Yes! Do you see? It was a gift to Magnus from his wife. She found it. She really found it. She must have spent her final hours carving this message into the stone, in the hope that he might see it one day. Those rock-backed bastards must have made off with it before we could clear a path to her. It's fate that brought you here to find this stone. No other explanation.
Different
Makes me
writing
wonder
system.
what else might still be buried in these parts.
You can't always change your fate, but you can make the best of it. And that's kind of the lesson. Not just here, just you try to make your journey the best possible. But yeah, if you want to use, if you want to, Umino, if you want to see what I'm talking about, you can see Norvranti writing system in the maps. So if you like go, you know, let's say the world map, right? This is the Norvranti writing system. This is also why they look squiggly, because they're actually, it's like this. But so this, it ciphers onto English. So this is Amh Araeng, Calusia, you know, Lakeland, the Crystal Tower, Ilmeg. So you can cipher it all out. This is Norvrand. Sunless, or actually, I actually don't remember what it is. I actually need to relearn how to read this appropriately. But let's see if we can actually figure it out. So that's the, okay, so this is the empty? Is that the, no, it's the oh, I bet this is the Tempest? No, because that would be, yeah, Tempest. Okay, this is the Tempest. That's what this is. Which makes sense, because where you have to go out to get to the Tempest. Tempest, yeah, you got it, Tim. To be fair, I think we could have learned he was on the first, the longest. Yeah, he's been there 5 years. He's been there like 5 years. Yep, V's right. I hate to spoil the mood, but wouldn't the etching interfere with the stone's capabilities? Probably not, because remember, it's just acting as a channel through which it's like a beating heart. So just some scratches in it, I don't think, are superficial scratches in it wouldn't change that necessarily. I wouldn't believe it had I not seen it for myself. Before you set it in the Talos, would you take it to Magnus? For 3 long years he has believed she died for nothing. He must know the truth, that her sacrifice was not in vain. We'll take it straight to him. You have my word. Thank you, Gothjon, for all your help. Right then, let's not keep everyone waiting. Dez, good to see, glad to have you. How you doing, man? I have an image of Minfilia teaching her father to read in my head. Yeah. Also, for those of you who don't know, and there's a short story about this. Thancred gave the name Minfilia to Minfilia, the original Minfilia. Her name was Acilia, and then he named her Minfilia, and because she had to create a cover identity in order to be safe. And I would just say, just remember that he also named Minfilia. Good, just on break at work, almost over. We'll still be going soon. Yeah, no worries, just like saying hi when you're around. That is a cute image, Jez, but assume he learned before he met her espionage and all. Yeah. Because that was 3 years ago, right? The Exarch says that was about 3 years ago that those events happened where he saved Minfilia.
What? Oh, it is you. If you come to complain about the trolley, you'll find no sympathy from me. I told you before it won't run, and you wouldn't listen.
Oh, but it will, now that we have this.
Your name's engraved on it, along with your son's. It was a gift from your wife, Magnus, from Agna.
Why is this not voiced? Well, I know kind of why it's not voiced.
No, she couldn't have. Agna.
Take it. Do with it what you will. This is why it's not voiced.
Are you certain? It would delay our plans, but I said take it. It was you who found it, and you who needs it. Looking at that stone, all I can see is... Please, just leave me be. I hope you'll be there when the Talos stirs to life. I'm sure she'd want you to see it. Would you do the honors of delivering this to Eorzean?
So will we ever visit the other parts of the first equivalents of the source, like Ilsabard and Othard? Well, the problem with that is that they're destroyed. They've all been... Everything outside of here, if you've ever seen what it looks like in the empty, everything outside of this ring is just gone. It has been was consumed by the flood of light. So, like, those places just... Effectively, it would be like going to the burn everywhere.
Thou art returned, and with Leonine it would seem. As promised, the Talos hath been made ready to receive its heart, thanks in no small part to Jarek, Thaf, and Minfilia. At least we shall return time to the timeless. At last we shall return time to the timeless, this sentinel of stone, that we may press on towards Amh Araeng.
Roasted, have you played Eden? Have a good one, Dez. Do you know the story for Eden, the raid for Shadowbringers?
Very good. Now let us begin.
So that effectively answers your question with yes, and then how long, we don't know. Ambiguous. I would assume a couple 100 years, but that's just a gut instinct.
Preparations for the enchantment are complete. When the heart hath been suffused with a sufficient quantity of ether, the golem should be restored to life.
All right then. Whenever you're ready.
life to the lifeless.
It's working! It's working!
This is why they waited to voice it.
Magnus!
You left me for this? This wretched heap of stone and rubble? This worthless pile of earth? And yet, I can't.
Who's ready for one of the best Eorzean scenes in Shadowbringers? And one of the best ones in the game. Yeah, Canes, definitely. This is what
troubleth thee, child?
I'm gonna shut up.
I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone. Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes. I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me, that he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
None of this is thy doing, child. 'Twas I who set the oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my sin alone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day. Yet I dare not dwell over long on my many regrets, for the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice. And thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss. The one for whom thou mournest beareth no grudge. Were she here, she would not suffer thee to languish in sorrow. She would tell thee to seek thine own path, thine own purpose. It is a truth which I myself was slow to learn. Yet a truth it remaineth. Thou needst but have faith, and all will be well.
You should go to her.
Not today.
Yep. That was one of the scenes that made me really deeply even further understand him.
Oh, this is a really important scene on a number of levels. And just good shit. And two old souls fucking taking the piss out of each other.
To what do I owe the pleasure that is your extended stay?
That's such a good line.
Oh, to the tediousness of our hero's present endeavors.
The light delivery is so
An
good.
insufferable abundance of light in Amh Araeng. I should be glad to keep my distance. Oh, I'm rather fond of sleep, you know. It's a wonderful way to pass the time. Not that my compeers would agree, mind you. Always on the move, the lot of them. Like Amh Araeng, constantly jumping from vessel to vessel. Such fire, such determination. So much passion, fleeting and forgotten.
Worth remembering that for why Amh Araeng was weaker than him.
Come to think of it, Exarch, I don't believe I've ever seen you retire to your chambers for so much as 40 winks. However do you keep your eyes from closing? The cold shoulder. You wound me, sir. Always so guarded in our every interaction. Interactions you curiously refrain from sharing with the Scions and their champion.
I love the chess game they're playing.
And risk souring your budding relationship? I think not. Much as I dislike you, there are more useful targets for his energies. And I'm not in the habit of pointing him at my enemies like a weapon.
Is that right? Fond of him, are you? You continue to fascinate me, Exarch. But tell me, who are you? The once great nation whose ingenuity gave birth to this tower was shaped by my hand. As such, I know full well the wonders it can facilitate and those it cannot. There is nothing in these walls which could have aided you in summoning our dear friend across time and space. Much less in possession of his mortal flesh, not even I could have performed such a feat.
I see. You had a hand in Alack as well.
I love that it's the first thing he pays attention to. The historian in him.
You would know what I am? I am the adjudicator of the sacred history with which you dared trifle. I am keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom. The wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere. The great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift.
Wings of time and the rift.
'Tis a boon born of the sacrifice of brave heroes who gave their lives for a brighter future. I will not see their hopes and dreams squandered. The history which led us here will be unwritten. I promise you that.
And the rift, Tam. Yeah. Yukio, good to see you. Glad to have you. Hope you enjoy your pancakes.
Well, it seems we're both eager to fulfill our duties then.
On that much, we are in agreement.
Oh, that's such a good scene. Like, not a ton happens in the scene, but it's such a good scene. It's such a good character-driven scene, and also does so much to convey to you the Exarch's principles, his disposition, where he's coming from. Like, it's which is really important as we go further along. It's a really good scene.
Mine apologies for the delay. Minfilia and I had a private matter to discuss, which bringeth me to the question, how didst thou find Thancred during your search? He spoke to Minfilia of his own accord. I see. 'Tis well that he did, and with such candor. I attempted to broach the subject before. My intention was to ensure no words remain unspoken between them, lest tragedy intercede. A regret I myself know all too well. Alas, in the end he refused to heed my counsel. A time will come when they must face the reality of their circumstances, but I have faith that all will be well in time. Now let us not tarry any longer. The Talos and Amh Araeng await. I'm gonna munch gun. I'm gonna just bite a chunk out of Rock Candy Mountain. We're going to Candy Mountain, Charlie. Definitely a good example of seeing where nothing happens and yet so much happens. Yeah. Oop, that was the wrong one. Abandon that. Oh, it's up there, I see. Okay, guys, who's ready for a fucking emotional roller coaster that's gonna go on for at least the next 30 minutes or so? It's been years since I've seen a Talos in such fine shape. Would that Agna was here to see it, or our son. I was ready to let her dreams die down there in the mines. Even after you'd found the Leonine, I refused to believe it could work. Gods, what a fool I was. But I'll tell you now, I'm going to take good care of this Talos for both their sakes. On behalf of my family and all the miners of Twine. Thank you. Well, enough chitter-chatter. Let's get you lot in Amh Araeng, eh? I was not meant as a pun. Everything seemed to be in order. I take it the Talos' presence resolves the issue of the gate. Oh, that, yes. It's designed to open as the Talos approaches.
Then we can finally go to Amh Araeng.
You certainly can. All that remains is a final check of the control box over at the mines. You hear the boys. Get the Talos over to the mines and keep a close eye on it around the curves. Understood?
Yes, sir.
That's Barry. Have a great night.
Let us repair the mines then.
Before we go, while you were away with Elio, I prepared an extra set of cartridges for you. And this one, it's the practice cartridge you gave me. I know I should have thrown it away years ago, but I've been adding a little extra to it every day. And so, after so many charges, I'm honestly not sure what it will do, but I wanted you to have it, for luck. Minfilia, We should hurry. Magnus and the others are probably wondering where we are.
Three years of Aether in that one container. I'm surprised that the cartridge was even able to hold all that Aether. This is YouTube. We're contractually obligated to say like and share. I won't bother saying subscribe because if you're commenting, you probably are, but you should anyways. But I will say, Lars! Hey, good to see you. Glad to have you, man. Sorry, I didn't see you up there. How you doing? And if you like, it makes the number go up, and the number go up means that the dopamine goes up. It's quite useful. And I won't say the thing that Bean doesn't want me to say, unless Bean's not here, in which case can I just say, I'll just go on a regular whisper into the mic and just be like, don't forget to like the like button.
Be mindful. Gecko licking.
Bling! Good to go to have you. Instructions unclear. Hand stuck in freeze. Well, I mean, it's better than your phallus. Oh, that'd be cold. Get fucked, puppy! No, not another one! Oh, come on!
So this is it. We finally go into Amh Araeng. I thought long and hard about what to say to her, to the real Minfilia. I hope when the time came I would know, but with every step we take, I feel more certain.
I almost said I'll be watching you.
That's no reason to give up, though. Not when so much is at stake. Thank you of all of you. Thank you, all of you, for helping me to get here. Now let's not keep Magnus waiting.
Okay, guys. It's roller coaster time. There you are. So what do you think? A little primitive looking, I'll admit, but Daedalus stonework has always favored simple, intuitive design, and that philosophy has served us well enough. Much of the trolley network uses a single track, making it easy for the Talos to navigate them as needed. And plotting a route is so simple, even we can do it, which makes for fewer accidents in transit. Speaking of which, are you ready to board? Alright then, watch your step. I think this might be, well, probably at least top 3. I think what's coming up is, I think, for me at least, one of the top 3 duties in the entire game. I mean, number 1's probably the end of
Eorzean?
a certain thing.
Thou must needs carry on without me. The path to Amh Araeng lieth open. Whilst thou travellest thither to the south, I would apprise Mistress Alize and the others of our progress. As circumstances permit, I will thereafter rejoin the hunt for the remaining Light Wardens.
Magnus, will the gate close immediately after the trolley passes through?
No, it will stay open until someone closes it manually. Built that way to prevent any untimely accidents.
Then you and the others can meet us in Amh Araeng after giving the Ilmorans the slip.
Eorzean. Thank you for everything.
Remember, thou needst but have faith.
If you've finished with your goodbyes, I suggest you grab hold of something. Be a shame if you took a tumble. The tracks beyond the gate aren't in the best of shape, so the trolley can only go as far as Malik.
Just that little
Godspeed.
look between Eorzean and Thancred. The, like, trust between them. Look at that boy go, juggling along.
Ah, that must be the gate.
I love when everything goes according to plan.
Well, so far so good.
That's a steep hill. Ah, shit.
Wait, is that Ranjit?
You're a stubborn old swine, aren't you? One who has mastered Gukumots fears not the blackest pit or the fieriest hell.
Gukumat's fears. One who has mastered Gukumat's fears, not the blackest pits of the world.
Your deeds in the east did not go unnoticed. Long have I lain in wait, and sure enough, you did not disappoint. Had you only sworn fealty to Lord Vauthry, you'd have no cause to skulk about like frightened animals.
I've always wondered why this glare of his eyes is reflective.
You will remain as you are, while I dispatch these villains.
No, I won't. I won't let you.
You forget to whom you speak. Who armed you, trained you, fought and killed 1,000 sin-eaters with you. And when you were inevitably cut down and lay lifeless in my arms, who sought out your successor to carry on the futile struggle again and again? We seek to bring peace to what is left of this shattered land, while these mad fools would only bring further chaos down upon us. Do not be deceived, child. Only by Lord Vauthry's hand will this dying world know a sliver of salvation.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved. However much it hurts, and however hard it gets. It's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms! And those mad fools you want me to abandon, the ones I've traveled with, fought with, and may one day die with, they feel the same. So no, I will not be deceived, no matter what you say. I refuse to believe it's all for nothing. They're everything to me. All I have, and all I need. And I would gladly do anything for them. Let us pass, or kill me. I'm not leaving here without them.
How dare you! Very well. If you would cast your lot with villains, then you shall share their fate.
I heard what you said, and I'm sorry for all the things I've left unspoken. You have to go, now!
Tancred, no!
Go! Do what you came here to do. I'll not have you waste that newfound resolve on me. I leave her in your hands. Hurry!
Fucked with Dad. Now you're gonna find out.
Not another step. Your fight is with me.
You think yourself a protector? As if a whelp like you could be a better father to her than me.
Let's do this. Whatever it takes, I swear I will end you. You lied to yourself as if you lied to her. I lied, kept secrets, but no more. She deserved better. A life of pain, of ceaseless conflict and despair. Let me move.
This is going well.
Vanity. Feast of my blood, answer my call.
Oh look, it's the prototype for Reaper.
Ward their blows.
Ha! So you really are a monster. Better a monster than a deceiver, a spinner of foolish dreams and false hopes. There is no folly in hope. I said as much as myself once. I was wrong. Never again. One dream suggests a broken man. Damn it, I need time to line up a clean shot. Suppose that there's no other way.
When will you learn? Die!
When you're dead and buried. Yield now and I will grant you a quick death. But we've only just begun.
Not good.
He's basically physically stopping the ethereal flow in his body. So he's like physically, imagine if you stop the blood in your own veins. Okay, I have to be close. Yeah! You would court death for mere parlor tricks. My life would be but a small price to pay. Then pay it you shall. You never understood her. She is not a bird to be locked away in a gilded cage.
To be her protector? Pathetic!
Looks like I'll have to use it again then. Ugh, hold still, damn you.
No quarter!
Yeah! You have played your hand far too early, boy. Go. Move. Carried on long enough, wouldn't you agree?
Why do you assist in this folly? Is that all?
Villius last cartridge have to
Make it count. There you are. Damn. Yeah. Ow.
Fools to a man! Fall!
Yeah. I'd hope you'd fall for it a third time. The 2 times was perhaps already too many. No more tricks! Then let us finish this! Pathetic. But you've not even seen the grand finale! Just a little more. One last disappearing act. Were you not struggling to stand, I might take you seriously. Oh, I am deadly serious. He has effectively stopped his blood from moving in his body. He's a completely, like, fool! You think the shadows will save you? No aether is flowing to him. There is no escape, do you hear me? Face me! Just a little more. Thank you, Minfilia, for this precious gift. To hell with you! No, it's not Ranjit casting it. It's Thancred doing it to himself to make himself appear invisible.
You would have her suffer and die. I would spare her that fate.
That is not for you or anyone else to decide ever again. Not a single day goes by that I don't think about all that you have given me.
Oh, what a
Countless
great
memories
shot.
and moments I took for granted. Gods, you grew up so fast.
Who is he talking to?
But you had to, didn't you? For those you had lost. For those you could yet save.
Both of them.
A world teetering on the very brink of oblivion. For which you gave your everything. Without hesitation. Your kindness. Your compassion.
This is the first time you
Your
hear the
love.
second part.
Then and now. One last time, with a little help. I'm so proud to have been a part of your life. Oh, Minfilia.
He can barely manipulate Aether, but he can manipulate it his own enough that he can cut himself off from the flow of Aether and the life stream, effectively. Like, you just can't manipulate Aether to like cast spells. We must spend most of the fight dodging mechanics. Yeah, I mean, which makes sense. There are certainly uptime strats for it. But honestly, this fight is sort of like a tank dueling in a WoW. Yeah, I mean, the idea is it's supposed to be, you know, he's not the Warrior of Light, but it's him fighting against a much stronger opponent. So the fact it's supposed to be knockout, drag on for a little bit is appropriate. Yeah, this is one of the cool, but definitely one of the longest drawn out ones. It's weird to when you can feel that they're trying to show you some new class mexer as well. Yeah, like, it's, to me, like, it works really well because it's like, the point is about, it just feels appropriate, at least to me. How the hell did I forget this moment existed? You forgot this moment existed, Dest?
This is the place, Elio. This is where she stopped the flood. The last time I was here, when I felt her presence overwhelming me, I tried to pretend it wasn't happening, to just turn away. But I can't turn away now, not this time. For Thancred and the others, I have to face her.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Umino. It's literally perfect. It's exactly that.
I can sense her presence, albeit faintly. Come on, let's look over by the crystal wall.
What Thancred said to in that moment, who knows? We can only speculate. Was it I love you? Something else, something more? Yeah, but so yeah, ethereal manipulation enough to be able to cut out yourself off the life stream he still has. It's just like his ethereal wires are crisscrossed in terms of like manipulating it meaningfully is pretty much impossible for like casting spells.
She was here on top of this building.
I'm pretty sure there's a line about that in Heavensward, isn't there? About how like it's effectively can't, but like all but like the simplest things or something in like 3.x. Yeah, Garleans can't at all. Except for Xenos doing a specific thing. Okay, emotions time. No, Tam. Yeah, they can't. Not even internal like monk things. Hey guys, what did Minfilia say?
Run for your lives! It's the flood!
Well,
the flood!
I know what that asset is. That's the asset from the from Baelsar's wall with Omega.
There's somebody up there, on top of the palace.
Yeah, no, Decoy, if you like look at the ability, it says what he's doing. Most people don't read it because you're in the middle of like a, you know, duty. Brandon sacrificed himself to hold the flood. All of them do. They're effectively giving their souls to give her enough power in order to hold the flood back.
No, stand back.
We shall stay the flood.
But this is what I want! It's my sacrifice to make!
Yes, Yukio.
Your time has not yet come.
That's the line that we heard when we first were
When
coming to
all
the first.
hangs in the balance, you must give them hope.
Why would she know that? Why would she think that?
Minfilia!
No. Umi, no. She's effectively just a soul. She's effectively like an Ascian. But of light.
This place. You.
Ours is a meeting long overdue. Full glad am I that we may finally speak.
It's good to see you again.
My dear, sweet child. Yours is a burden none should ever be forced to bear. Such pain and suffering you have endured. Yet still you came. For this and more, I thank you.
I've lost count of the times I've almost given up. If people hadn't helped me every step of the way, I never would have made it.
I'll get to that in a second, Decoy.
Yet here you stand, resolved. Now, tell me your heart's desire.
To defeat the Sin Eaters, and bring this world back from the brink. The remaining Wardens have hidden themselves from us. But with the power of the Oracle, I thought we might be able to find them.
Indeed you could. Their radiance would be unmistakable. But know, my child, that the power you seek will come at a price. We stand now at the crossroads. A decision must be made. 'Tis only natural to be afraid, to hesitate. But for your many trials, you have grown stronger and wiser. And with the love and support of those you hold dear, you have grown to love yourself.
Oh, I was about to say how much I love those eyes. I've always loved them. I always find them so beautiful. Like the Dunes folks' eyes. And
The flood has washed away so much of this world. So many people and places and possibilities. And all the heroes who fought to protect them. Yet here the Scions are, trying so hard to help those few of us who remain, and seeing how tirelessly they work, how completely committed they are to the cause. I can't help but believe. But I want to do more than just watch and cheer. I want to make a difference. I want to help them like they helped me, and maybe even inspire others to do the same. Coming together, providing for one another. That's the only way forward I can see. Since all of our heroes are gone, we'll just have to make heroes of ourselves.
That's a great line.
'Tis a beautiful, wonderful dream. One we share. Though my power was all but spent in staying the flood, I prayed this final act would give hope to those who survived. That self-same hope lives on in you. It gives me comfort to know that the future is in capable hands. If ever you should falter, remember this. No one, however powerful, is immune to the whisperings of doubt and despair. Do not give in to them, but do not deny them either. Look instead to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Thank you, Minfilia, for believing in us, for believing in me.
Dearest friend, no words can express my gratitude to you for keeping her safe in these tumultuous times. You are a hero to us both. But not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. Only together may you change the fate of two worlds.
Which is interesting, because it's almost like she has foreknowledge of what's going to happen next, which might be relevant at some point. So Black Rose is an interesting comparison because of an Aether stoppage couldn't do when people effectively just vanish. No, because so people are made up of Aether, but the Aether that flows through you isn't just the Aether you're made up of. So like it's the same way that if like you remove all the blood out of someone, they don't just disappear, right? In the real world, effectively. Black Rose stills the Aether. Effectively, imagine like all the blood in your body stopped moving, there was no oxygen, and you just like, you know? Does that clarify, Decoy? And yeah, the Warrior of Darkness, well, so they probably joined the live stream, but they were probably, their Aether combined with Minfilia's to cast the spell and hold the light back, which means that they probably, their souls were destroyed and returned to the live stream of the first, but where the Aether did, but their souls probably wouldn't reincarnate. Probably. Yeah, Sourcephilia, yeah, Minfilia must be really proud to hear that. Goodbye, Minfilia. How so? Because imagine this. Think of it, Decoy. Imagine what Thancred's doing more like this. Someone who knows that that's what's about to happen, doing it for like a couple seconds in order to like do what they're gonna do, right? So what from his perspective, like what he's doing is he's like, imagine holding your breath, right? There's a difference between if you have to swim underwater for 60 seconds. There'd be a difference between someone hitting you in the gut, then chucking you into the water, versus you go and then diving in, right? It's like that. So like someone who had the Black Rose used on them probably wouldn't die like immediately, like that second right away, but they would basically die within a couple, within a minute or so. Whereas like he's not using it for very long, and he's able to prepare when he's gonna use it. Thanker can hold his breath for 10 minutes. Yeah. Let me grab this Aether current real quick. I know it was kind of cold to just run past a knocked out Minfilia, but Aether currents, man, it's important.
What happened? I remember speaking with Minfilia and then...
Oh no, now she really does have no soul. She's a ginger. Oh, and via your point on the eyes, it's interesting to me because they're not flat. If they were completely flat one color, they would be soulless. But because they have the reflection and like they glow from within, especially for the Oracle and even for the Dunesfolk, there's like a glow within. It's different around the edges compared to the center. They actually feel very soulful to me rather than soulless. I want a drawing of you just running away from Minfilia for a current. Hey, if anyone wants to draw it, I'll hang it up on the board with the other pictures. But they're glassy. That's exactly why they feel soulless. Yeah.
Is there something wrong?
Your hair and eyes are a little different.
A parting gift, I think. Until now, I've walked the path she set before me, the path she set before all the Minfilias, but she's given me a new path. A new life that I can call my own. And even though she's gone, I can still feel her warm and calm and gentle.
Also, all of this stuff that's being said right now might be relevant for later.
I can feel the beating heart of the world, the light that swells within it. And the Light Wardens. There's one here in Amh Araeng. Let's hurry back to the others. The others need to know.
Jason, good to see you. Glad to have you.
You don't think Thancred will be angry with me, do you? It's what Minfilia wanted. I'm sure he'll understand. I'd like to think so too, but... Would you mind going on ahead? I'll be right behind you, I promise.
I was born a ginger. My hair just got darker and darker over time, so I relate to that. I just want to say Minfilia gets too much unnecessary hate. Yeah, Yukio, that happens because a couple things. I think one of which is that her vocal performance in English is not great in 2.x, and you don't get enough of her being the great character she is in 2.0, and if you don't know 1.0, and the ways in which she can be great in that, or like her backstory. The game doesn't do enough to show off her great traits, and also just hinders that in a lot of ways. That's why a lot of people end up actually loving her once she becomes the Oracle of Light. But yeah. I've never understood the obsession with red hair other than rarity, I guess. Is there one? Saidu has white hair? Yeah. I mean, a lot of the females in this. If anything, I would say the devs in this are more obsessed with women with white hair. Something fiery personality glances at the Saidu fan club, co-president visitor card. Red hair is like finding a shiny human, like in Pokemon. Yeah, it would be relevant for Feul, but not so much for Minfilia. Oh, look at the Talos with daisies. Or I guess they're not really daisies, but flowers.
Ah, there you are. We were worried.
I'm surprised you're alive.
Really? He wasn't the one that nearly got himself killed. It's a good thing Eorzean called on us when he did. You were at death's door when we found you.
But thanks to your timely ministrations, I was not obliged to walk through it.
There's something that's so intimate about this scene. And it is really beautiful.
Minfilia?
You saw her.
I know I haven't exactly been pulling my weight up till now, but that's all going to change, starting today. I'll do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes to make Minfilia's dream a reality. I can track the Light Wardens now. Maybe even help you fight them.
I'm glad you're back.
You don't have to say that, you know.
But I want to. Your family. How else would I feel?
It's so much more interesting. This wasn't a thing he had to come to. This was just he was waiting to let her make her own choice. That's why he was holding himself back.
She will need a name.
A name?
A name of her own. I would not have her walk in the shadow of another any longer. And I think it a fitting tribute to our departed friend too. At the mention of Minfilia, I would remember the woman who preserved our fellowship when all seemed lost.
Do you remember what you were called before you were taken to Yulmore?
I'm sorry, I don't. I couldn't have been very old when it happened.
Then we must think of a new name. Suggestions?
Swagathor, Lord of the Storm.
If the lady herself has no preference, I think the honor should rightly fall to Thancred. After all they have been through together, he's practically a father to her.
Well spotted. I'm so glad you're here to explain these things.
They love doing that emote with the twins.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing.
I love that they just Shadowbringers, just those two giving shit to each other half the time.
What about Reen?
Ah, blessing in Fae. Wait, does this mean thou wert listening when I delivered my lectures on the Pixies?
I love her, AJ!
Not exactly, but that one word made an impression. Of course, if it's not to your liking, I can think of something else.
Reen. Yes, I rather like the sound of it. Thank you.
That settles it then. Welcome aboard, Reen.
I won't let you down.
Okay, I think that maybe we call it for today. Because it's just about perfect time. That's a good place to end it. I'm gonna head back to the Crystarium and meet up with you guys. All the twins have barely had any non-endangered screen time together, pretty Shadowbringers, so they took the opportunity to really hammer home their siblingness. Yeah, because the last time you got a lot of like siblingness like that was much more in line with, frankly, when they were hanging out in ARR for small moments. That was like 2 scenes. That's twins taking the piss out of Healthy the whole time. This moment I start to love Ariane J wholeheartedly, an adorable nerd. Yeah, I feel like the scenes in Shadowbringers when like he gets to really shine made people a lot see like his value, like a like him a lot more. And I think because 3.4 was much more focused on him in a situation where people were unsure if he was even on our side, they ignored the level to which I think he's still really well done there. But Shadowbringers especially is, I think, where a lot of people starting to care about. Oh my god, look at all of you guys! Holy moly, it's a sea of orange! Holy loli loli loli. If you don't know, we're going to be doing Euphrosyne after raid, or after stream, so definitely come join us if you'd like to. We're going to be... it'll be a good old time. We'll go do that, and I appreciate having you guys all here. Blood in, blood out. She needs to be jumped in. That. Let's not. So damn many, yeah. Say good night. Thank you for streaming. Yeah, to you as well, Tracy. Beyond that, usual good shit. Bean, I'm sure Bean or V or one of you guys are posting the links and stuff. Join the Discord if you like. Come join events like this, or you know, play 14 with us. Chat about 14 or any other things, lore especially. Beyond that, tomorrow there'll be a lyrical lore video out, so definitely make sure to watch that. I'd appreciate it. Share it with your friends, share it with your grandparents, share it with your parents, share it with your uncles, your aunts, your social medias, and anything. But yeah. Shut up, delightful. Merchandise. Yeah, if you want stickers, we got a bunch of stickers over on Redbubble. If you want to see Ray Ray's funny things on Twitter, you got that there. If you like written format where Niniri does written lore, you can go on the eorzeanarchives.com. But yeah, if you would like to support us and get a bunch of fun rewards, you can go over to the Patreon and support us there. It also goes a long way towards making this thing all like not only sustainable but allowed to be done full time. Yeah. Okay, well, everyone have a lovely evening. I'll see you guys real soon over in the Discords, and we're coming up on the end of Shadowbringers. We're probably like what, 2 weeks? Basically 2 weeks before we're done with 5.0. So exciting, guys! Real exciting. Have a good night. Oh, and click the like button. Sorry, Bean.